Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. A cheap farm, a harmless dare in a castle, and a wife who opened her front door at 3 a.m. because she heard her husband's voice. If that sounds like the setup to some campfire story, I need you to understand something. Before we start, these weren't urban legends. They were police reports and obituaries. Somewhere in rural Ohio, a young man was so proud of the farm he'd finally managed to buy on the cheap. No neighbors, just acres of land, a small barn, a crooked farmhouse, and a water well he was told had plenty of life left in it. On paper, it was a dream. But almost every night at the same time, he would step out into the dark to check his animals and realize he was not the only one standing on his own property. Someone or something was waiting by that well watching him. Nobody believed him, until the sheriff had to write up what they pulled out of the water. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, a nobleman was laughing with his friends inside a warm sitting room of his massive stone castle. Fire in the grate cards, on the table bottles everywhere. Somebody mentioned the one bedroom upstairs that nobody ever used, the one locals whispered about. The haunted room, the one supposedly guarded by a hooded monk. The dare sounded simple: spend just one night in there with the door locked from the inside to prove it was just a story. His friends were still drunk and laughing when they kicked that same door off its hinges and saw what was waiting on the other side. And in a quiet Welsh town, a woman sat awake in a small, creaking house, staring at the clock on the mantel. Her husband was late coming home from a business trip, but he'd done that before. She lit a candle, listened to the wind, and told herself he'd be on the next train. Around 3 a.m, she finally heard his voice, outside calling her name like he always did. Relieved, she ran to the door and opened it. Her husband wasn't there. Someone else was. All 3 of these stories were taken down in official documents, with dates, names, and places you can still find on a map. None of them start with demons, cults, or a Ouija board. They start with normal people doing normal things, buying affordable property, accepting a stupid bet, answering the door for someone they love. That's what makes them disturbing. Because by the time anyone realized something was seriously wrong, it was always the same pattern: the world would go quiet. The house, or the field, or the castle corridor would suddenly feel too big. And then there would be a single moment, one scream, one splash, one knock that nobody could ever explain. Tonight, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened on that farm, inside that castle bedroom, and on that porch at 3 a.m. You're going to hear how they lived, what they saw, and what was written down afterward. And as you listen, I want you to keep one question in the back of your mind. If these ghost stories ended up in police files and death certificates, what would someone write down about your house, your hallway, or your front door at 3 a.m? I still remember the sound the pen made when it scratched across that last line of paper. It was such a small sound for something that was supposed to change my whole life. The lawyer's office in town smelled like dust and old coffee. The blinds were half closed, letting in strips of late afternoon light that turned the floating dust into slow, lazy comets. I sat at the end of a long wooden table with a stack of forms in front of me and a cheap ballpoint pen that kept skipping on my signature. "Last one," the lawyer said, tapping the bottom corner with a bitten fingernail. "Sign there, and you're officially the owner. Congratulations, Mr. Logis." Owner. Nobody had ever used that word for me before. I pressed the pen down a little too hard, like more pressure would make it more real. I wrote my name, Carl E. Logis, and when I lifted the pen, my hand was shaking, just a little. The lawyer slid the papers together with a papery swoosh and checked his watch. "He really wanted it gone," he muttered almost to himself. "You got a good deal." I heard that line a lot. "You got a good deal." Like they couldn't quite believe the number on the page. Why'd he sell it so cheap, I asked, not for the first time. I already knew the answer I was going to get, but I wanted to hear it again. The lawyer shrugged and gave the same half smile he'd given me the first time. Said he had to move west, needed to sell quick. People have their reasons. Maybe he got a better offer somewhere else. Maybe he just didn't like the winters. He shuffled the pages into a manila folder and stood up, signaling the conversation was over. I knew when I was being dismissed. I stood. Tu shook his hand and walked out into the fading Ohio sunlight with the deed in my pocket, the word owner echoing under my ribs. Outside, the town was already winding down. A couple of pickup trucks rolled past, heading toward the highway. The bell over the door of the hardware store clanged weakly as some guy in overalls stepped out carrying a bag of feed. The gas station on the corner had 3 pumps, one of them out of order, and the smell of gasoline and hot asphalt hung in the air. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to go back to a rented room or someone else's place. For the first time, I had somewhere that was mine to drive to. My truck was old, but stubborn, a faded blue Ford with a dented fender and a radio that only got 2 stations if you smacked it just right. I climbed in, folded the paperwork into the glove compartment like it was something fragile, and started the engine. The dashboard rattled. The fan squealed once, and then everything settled into that familiar hum that had been the soundtrack of my life for years. I pulled out of town and took the county road south, where the pavement turned to gravel and the neat rows of houses gave way to open fields. Out there, the world got bigger fast. Both sides of the road were lined with cornfields tall enough already in late summer to feel like walls. The stalks rustled against each other in the breeze, making this low whispering sound that rose and fell as the wind passed through. Dust kicked up under my tires and hung in the rear-view mirror, turning the sky behind me into a dirty, hazy smear. The deeper I drove into that rural stretch, the more the sounds changed. No more traffic. No more kids yelling or music leaking out of someone's open window. Just the rough crunch of the truck tires on gravel, and the faint, constant hum of insects in the fields, thick enough that if I rolled down the window, I could almost feel it on my skin. There was a green road sign, a little bent, that marked the turnoff Hollow Creek Road. The letters were half faded, a bullet hole punched through the O in hollow. I took the turn, and the road narrowed and dropped, hugging a line of trees. The sky opened up above the corn to my right, a wide strip of pale blue starting to burn orange at the horizon. I caught myself grinning like an idiot. I'd worked in factories and warehouses for years, breathing recycled air, and listening to the same machines clank and whine for 12-hour shifts. I'd rented rooms in other people's houses, listened to their arguments. Through thin walls, smelled their cooking, their cigarettes, their lives. My name was never on anything important. it felt like I'd spent my whole life on borrowed ground. Now, I was driving towards something with my name on it. When the farmhouse finally came into view, it was almost exactly the way I'd pictured it in my head, only a little older, a little more tired. The house sat back from the road at the end of a dirt drive, 2 stories of weathered white paint with a gray roof that sagged slightly in the middle. A long, shallow porch ran across the front, its wooden boards darkened by years of rain and sun, a couple of steps leading up from the packed earth. One of the porch posts was cracked near the bottom, bandaged with a metal brace. A single light fixture hung over the door, the glass cloudy bugs already circling lazily in the dusk. To the left of the house, further back, was the barn, red once, now more of a dull brown, with a big sliding door and a roof that looked intact from this angle. Fences ran out from the barn in straight lines, enclosing pasture that dipped and rolled still green, but already touched with the dry yellow of late summer. On the right side of the yard, like an afterthought, stood a wooden well. It was a simple structure, round stone base up to about my chest, a wooden frame above with a crossbeam, and an old weather-cracked roof. A rope hung down from the beam, attached to a metal bucket that rested crookedly on the stones. As I pulled the truck to a stop and cut the engine, the wind picked up just enough to nudge that bucket. The handle creaked a soft, rusty eek that carried across the yard. At the time, I just noticed the sound because it broke the silence. I stepped out of the truck, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. Not the sour, greasy tang of machine oil, not the stale sweat of too many men in too small a space. Out here, it was dry grass and dirt, a hint of manure from somewhere downwind, the faint sweetness of something flowering in the ditch. It smelled like air that had room to go somewhere. I walked up toward the porch, my boots leaving faint prints in the light dust. The boards under my weight groaned, once the sound deep and tired, like an old man getting out of a chair. A mosquito whined past my ear, and I swatted it away, then noticed the others clustering around the porch, light bumping against the glass in their mindless orbit. Inside the house, the rooms were empty, but not dead. Every footstep echoed just a little too loud. The screen door banged behind me when I let it swing shut, the sound ricocheting down a narrow hallway lined with faded wallpaper. The air smelled like old wood and something faintly damp, not mold exactly, but the memory of wet seasons and closed windows. Dust lay on the floors in a thin, even layer, except where the movers had tracked it around, leaving footprints like ghost trails. In the kitchen, the sink was old porcelain stained, but not cracked. The faucets squeaked when I turned them. Water sputtered, then flowed rusty for a few seconds before clearing. There was a window over the sink, and when I looked out through it, I could see the barn, and just beyond the corner of the frame, the peaked roof of the well. I tested the back door, let it slam, once listened to the way the noise bounced off the cabinets and died in the empty house. It was quiet after that, quiet in a way that made me suddenly sharply aware of every little sound I was making, the crinkle of paper in my pocket, the scuff of my boots, the tiny rasp of my own breath. I went upstairs. 2 bedrooms, 1 smaller room. I thought I'd turn into an office if I ever had time for that kind of thing. The floors creaked under me with each step, the boards shifting slightly, even though they'd been sitting here under other people's feet for decades. In one of the bedrooms, the previous owner had left heavy curtains on the windows. When I pulled them open, dust exploded into the light and drifted lazily through the beam like cigarette smoke. For a moment, I just stood there and let the sun hit my face. This was mine. The house, the barn, the fields, the stupid crooked porch, and the cracked post, and the old well that needed a new rope and probably a full cleaning. All of it. Owner. When I drove back down into town later that day to pick up feed and a few supplies, I couldn't stop talking about it. The guy at the agricultural supply store knew the property. He nodded and said, "Old Lerman place. Right herd he sold in a hurry." In a hurry, I asked, loading 50-pound bags into the bed of the truck. Yeah, real motivated seller. The clerk smirked a little. Could have got more for it if he'd waited, but I guess he wanted out. Folks around here don't ask too many questions when a man wants to leave. He said it casually, like he was talking about crop prices. Out here, people minded their own business. I told myself that's all it was. On the way back, I noticed more things I'd missed in my excitement. The way the road dipped just before my drive, like water might puddle there when it rained. The old mailboxes leaning at odd angles along the lane, names fading off in peeling black letters. A farmhouse way off in the distance, its lights already on, even though the sun was still hanging low and hot over the corn. By the time I turned into my own drive again, the light had gone from gold to a deeper orange. Shadows stretched long across the yard. The house looked different in that color. The peeling paint stood out more, the windows darker, like eyes that were still deciding what to think of me. I parked, killed the engine, and sat for a minute in the sudden silence that followed. No radio, no traffic, just the distant murmur of insects and the soft push of wind through the corn. My gaze drifted to the right to the well. From the truck, I could see it clearly, the uneven stones. The wood of the frame splintered at the edges. The roof, like a tiny version of the big one, over the house sagging slightly in the middle. The rope hung down into the darkness, frayed in spots, the bucket resting half on half off the rim, as if whoever had used it last had been in a hurry and never came back to set it straight. The wind shifted, and I heard that creak again, metal against wood, a slow complaining sound that lasted just long enough to make the hair on my arms lift. It was nothing, just an old bucket on an old well on an old farm that nobody wanted until I came along with my factory wages and my stupid big dreams. I climbed out of the truck, slammed the door, and the sound rang across the empty yard. Somewhere out by the barn, a cow lowed long and mournful. A chicken clucked angrily from a makeshift coop by the fence. The branches of the oak tree near the house whispered against each other in the breeze. For the first time standing there with the sun sliding down and the sky turning that hazy purple blue, I realized how alone this place really was. The nearest neighbor's roof was just a gray line on the horizon. The town was a good 15-20 minutes away by truck. If I shouted right then at the top of my lungs, the only ones who'd hear me would be my animals and whatever lived in the fields. I liked that. I told myself, I liked that. As I walked toward the farmhouse, the porch boards flexed under my weight with a familiar groan. I reached for the screen door. It banged shut behind me with a hollow bang that echoed through the empty rooms and faded into the deep, steady hum of the countryside. Somewhere outside the bucket on the well creaked again. I didn't even turn to look. The first night, I told myself I was just being responsible. It was a little after 9 when I stepped out onto the porch with the lantern in my hand and the revolver on my hip. The sun had gone not long before, but out here, once it slips behind the tree line, It might as well fall off the edge of the world. The sky over the fields was an enormous black bowl studded with cold pinpricks of starlight. No street lights, no glow from a nearby town, just darkness and whatever my lantern could carve out of it. The heat held on even after the light was gone. The air was thick and still clinging to my skin, smelling like dried dirt and cut grass. Sweat already beaded on the back of my neck before I even stepped off the porch. I paused for a second at the top of the steps and listened. It wasn't quiet in the way a city person would call quiet. Out there in the dark, the night was loud. Crickets chirped in manic little bursts from every direction, a whole invisible orchestra hidden in the grass and ditches. From the low spots near the creek, I could hear frogs adding their rough, wet croaks underneath, like someone dragging a hand across the strings of a bass. Every now and then, the breeze would pick up and push through the corn and the trees at the edge of the property, turning the leaves into a soft hissing roar that rose held, then died away. Underneath all of that, there was something else. The feeling that all that noise was just a cover for something listening. "Come on," I muttered to myself. "They're just bugs, Carl. Bugs and wind." I thumbed the flint on the lantern, coaxed the wick to life. The small yellow flame bloomed behind the dirty glass, throwing out a pale circle of light that barely made it to the end of the porch. I hooked the lantern on 2 fingers, felt the familiar weight pull against my hand, the handle squeaking faintly with every slight movement. The revolver on my hip felt heavier than usual. I'd brought it, because that's what you did out here. Foxes, coyotes, stray dogs. 2-legged problems if it came to that. But I knew if I was honest with myself, that most of what I was arming myself against tonight was in my own head. I stepped down into the yard, boots crunching softly on the dry ground, and started toward the barn. The distance between the farmhouse and the barn wasn't far, not really. In the daytime, it was a quick walk, maybe 30-40 seconds tops, if you were in a hurry. But at night, with only that swinging lantern and the sky overhead, it felt like crossing something bigger, a stretch of land that belonged to the dark as much as it did to me. The light from the house fell away behind me, almost immediately swallowed up by the night. Ahead, the barn loomed as a darker block against the stars, its roof line cutting a jagged shape out of the sky. Off to my right, where I knew the well, was the land dipped slightly and turned into a deeper patch of shadow. I couldn't see the stones or the little roof from where I was just an absence of light where I knew it sat. The lantern swung gently with my stride, the metal handle ticking against its frame. Clink, clink, clink. Every time the light moved, the world lurched into and out of visibility. Fence posts appeared like ribs, flashed past and vanished again. My own shadow jumped and stretched across the yard in long, thin strips. The insects sang. The frogs called. Somewhere an owl let out a long, hollow note that rolled across the fields and made the small hairs on my arms stand up. Halfway to the barn, it happened. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. And somehow, everything did. The hair on the back of my neck lifted in one clean electric wave, like someone had run the side of a cold hand up my spine. My shoulders tensed. My breath hitched in my chest. My body reacted before my brain even had a question ready. I stopped walking so fast, I kicked up a little puff of dust around my boots. The night around me kept going for a beat. Crickets, frogs, wind. Then, as if someone had dropped an invisible blanket over the yard, the sound cut out. Not all of it, not completely, but enough that it felt wrong. The crickets closest to me went silent all at once. The frogs fell quiet. The breeze that had been teasing the tops of the corn dropped away, leaving the leaves to settle back against each other with a soft, dry hiss. Suddenly, I was standing in the middle of my own land, bathed in a small pool of lantern light surrounded by this thick, pressing hush. I had the very distinct, very specific feeling that I was being watched. Not the vague paranoia of a guy in a new place, not the general awareness that there were animals living out in the brush. This felt like a line drawn from somewhere out in the dark straight to the center of my back. A gaze. A focus. My hand tightened instinctively on the lantern handle. The metal bit into my palm. I swallowed my throat suddenly dry and turned slowly, lifting the lantern higher. The light swung out in front of me, its circle racing across the yard. For a moment, I saw nothing but the things I expected: the rough outline of the fence, the pale blur of a low rock near the path, the darker mass of the barn ahead of me. I turned more, the lantern's glow sliding over dirt and weeds and the nearest posts. "Hello," I called out, and hated the way my voice sounded too loud and too small at the same time. Someone out there? No answer. Just the faint echo of my own voice coming back to me from the barn wall. I turned all the way around the lantern, scraping softly at the top as it reached the end of its arc. The farmhouse loomed behind me, its windows black and blind porch light off. Beyond it, the road was just a line of deeper shadow. The cornfields were a dim, rustling suggestion along the edges of the world. I held my breath and listened. The silence held for 1, 2, 3 heartbeats. Then a cricket somewhere to my left started chirping again, tentatively. Another answered. Slowly, the frogs picked up their chorus down by the creek. The air seemed to exhale. Whatever moment had just passed, it was gone. Or that's what I told myself. "Get a grip," I muttered. "Place is big, that's all. You're not used to it." I shifted the lantern back in front of me, adjusted my grip on the revolver, and kept walking. The barn smelled like animals. Long before I reached it, that particular warm, heavy blend of hay manure and sweat that you only notice when you move from clean air into it. It hit me in a wave as I slid the barn door open, just wide enough to slip inside. The door's rollers squealed protest, the sound high and sharp in the night, then settled with a low, rusty groan as the door bumped to a stop. Inside, the darkness was thicker, more complete. The lantern's light brushed against wooden beams, stall walls hanging tack. Dust motes spun in the air like tiny slow-motion snow. "Easy, boys," I called softly. My voice sounded different in there, closer, muffled by hay and wood. "It's just me." 2 horses shifted in their stalls, hooves scuffing the packed earth. One of them blew out a breath, a heavy huff that stirred the straw on the floor. Their eyes caught the lantern light as I passed, reflecting it back in dull, wet glints. A cow lowed from the far side of the barn low and annoyed the chain on its stall, clinking as it moved. I moved from stall to stall, running my free hand along familiar shapes. Warm flank, damp neck, coarse mane. The simple, solid reality of one living thing under your fingers. It helped. It anchored me. "There you go," I murmured to one of the horses as it tossed its head. "Nothing to worry about. You're fine. I'm fine. We're all fine." Talking to the animals felt less foolish than talking to myself. The sounds in the barn were comforting in a way the outside hadn't been: the soft, wet munch of hay being chewed, the occasional thud of a hoof, the tinny rattle of chain against wood. The building itself joined in the rafters creaking as they settled the distant, irregular tick of cooling metal somewhere in the roof. Out here, I thought you could live your whole life to the rhythm of these noises. Sunrise, feeding work, sunset rounds. Repeat. It was simple, honest. No bosses breathing down your neck, no time clock. My nerves started to unwind bit by bit. By the time I'd finished checking water and feed, making sure every latch was secure, that odd moment in the yard felt like it belonged to a different night. I could almost convince myself I'd exaggerated it in my head. New place, big sky, no neighbors, of course, it would play tricks on you. I stood for a minute in the middle of the barn, with the lantern held low, just listening. Horses breathing, cows shifting, the gentle crackle of straw when something moved. Normal, ordinary, mine. See, I said out loud, mostly to myself. It's fine. The words were barely out of my mouth when some instinct I didn't have a name for, told me I needed to go back to the house. Not because anything was wrong, not that I could point to. Just a tug, a feeling behind my ribs that my first night here was not the night to linger. I took one last look down the center aisle, watching the lantern light fade into the shadows where the far wall disappeared. "Good night, boys," I said, and my voice sounded steady again. "I'll see you in the morning." I slipped out through the barn door, pulling it mostly closed behind me until it bumped against its warped frame. The night rushed back in around me, the cricket song louder after the muffled quiet inside the air cooler against my damp shirt. Above, the stars seemed brighter, sharper, as if the sky had moved closer while I'd been with the animals. The house was a rectangle of black ahead porch, barely visible. Between me and it was the same stretch of yard I'd crossed a little while ago, now somehow longer in my memory than it was in reality. I adjusted the lantern, checked the weight of the revolver at my hip again, and started walking back. The lantern handle clicked softly. Clink, clink, clink. The ground crunched under my boots. The night watched, or maybe it didn't. Either way, I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd felt half an hour earlier hadn't been just nerves, and that the part of the farm I still hadn't walked up to, the older, quieter shape off to my right, where the well sat, was not as empty as it looked. I hadn't been out of the barn more than 3 seconds before I knew something was wrong. Inside, with the animals and the familiar noises, I'd managed to convince myself that I'd overreacted earlier. Nerves. First night jitters. That's what I decided it was. But the moment I slid through the barn door and let it fall mostly shut behind me, the sensation dropped over me again. Only this time, it didn't creep in slow. It hit like a hand on the back of my neck. The night air felt cooler than it had going in, like it had been sitting there waiting to wrap itself around me. The lantern in my hand suddenly felt too small, its circle of light too thin. I could feel sweat cooling on my nape and between my shoulder blades. But under that chill, there was this sharp, crawling awareness that I was no longer just a man walking across his own yard. I was a man out in the open, with his back exposed. I stood on the barn's threshold for a second, half and half out, listening. The chorus of crickets and frogs rolled on, but it sounded off too loud at the edges, too thin nearby, like sound that refused to cross some invisible boundary around me. The breeze that had fluttered the barn's roof earlier was gone. The air felt heavy, waiting. Enough, I muttered, more annoyed at myself than anything else. You've been here one day, and you're already jumping at shadows. I made myself step away from the barn and turn toward the house. From that angle, I could see both the farmhouse and off to the side, the faint outline of the well. The house looked the way it had earlier: dark windows, crooked porch, its shape cut out against the sky. The well was just a squat, darker patch at the edge of my vision, the little roof over it, barely a suggestion in the starlight. I started walking, one foot in front of the other, lantern at my side. The same path I'd taken a little while before, only now every step felt too loud. Boot, dirt, crunch. The lantern handle ticked in my sweaty grip. Clink, clink, clink. I got about halfway between the barn and the house when the feeling went from something's off to you are being stared at. There isn't a better way to say it. It was abrupt and total, like walking into a beam of heat. My shoulders hunched on their own. The skin between my shoulder blades prickled. My body stopped before I even told it to, boots planting hard enough to send a small cloud of dust smoking out around my ankles. The sound of the night peeled away again all at once. The close crickets went first, their chirping cutting off like someone had snipped a wire. Then the frogs died out their croaks, tapering into an empty open quiet. Even the small, constant rustle of leaves along the tree line went strangely still, as if the branches had frozen in place. I could hear my own breathing, suddenly too loud. And under that thudding, steady and fast, the drum of my heart in my ears. I didn't want to do it, but I did. I lifted the lantern higher and turned slow, as if any sudden movement might bring whatever was watching me closer. The flame wavered behind the glass, throwing shadows that stretched and snapped as I moved. Light ran over the dirt, the low fence line, the corner of the barn, empty. I turned farther, the lantern's circle sliding across the yard, across the patch of ground I'd just walked across, the open space between me and that was when I saw it. It was standing out by the well. At first, my brain refused to take it in as a whole thing. It was just a wrongness in the landscape, a pale, vertical smear where there shouldn't be one. My hand jerked, the lantern jumped, and the light whipped across it, giving me a clearer look, whether I wanted it or not. It was a person, or at least that's what the shape said. Tall as a man, maybe a little taller. Thin shoulders. A vaguely human outline from that distance. The head, if that's what the top of it was, seemed bare. I couldn't see any hat, any hair. The rest was white. Not glowing, not transparent, just lighter than everything around it. Like someone wearing a white shirt or a pale coat standing very still in a world made of dark blues and blacks. I squinted, straining to see a face, features, anything that would make it make sense. Nose, mouth, tan skin, catching the lantern light. But there was nothing. Where the face should have been was just more of that pale blur, swallowed at the edges by shadow. It didn't move, didn't shift its weight, didn't tilt its head, didn't fidget the way you'd expect a man to do, standing alone in a field at night. It just stood there, a white shape beside the darker bulk of the well, as if it had grown up out of the ground with it. The insects were still silent. The air was dead. For a long, thick second, the only thing I could hear was my heart and the faint, glassy tink of the lantern handle as my hand shook. Then anger slammed into the fear like a fist. All at once, the most reasonable explanation bulldozed its way to the front of my mind. Someone was on my property. Someone had watched me walk between the house and the barn, had stood there staring at me like they belonged there. "Hey!" My voice came out rough, louder than I meant it to. It cracked the silence like a board snapping. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Words hung in the air, bounced off the barn, went nowhere. The white shape didn't answer. "Neighbor." I tried again. though my gut told me no neighbor had any business standing that still at that time of night in that exact spot. You lost or something? Nothing. No shout back. No wave. No sign that my voice had even reached those pale shoulders. Some part of me had been hoping, counting on really, that as soon as I called out, the illusion would break. The figure would flinch, turn, say something human, like, "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." Maybe stagger a little and smell like cheap whiskey, explain itself as a drunk farmhand or a traveler who'd taken the wrong road. Something I could be mad at, laugh about later. Instead, the white shape moved in a way that made my stomach drop. It turned, not jerkily, not like it had been startled. Just rotated, slow, deliberate. The pale blur of its front pivoted away from me as if it had decided I wasn't worth looking at anymore. Without so much as a pause, it began to drift toward the well. I say drift because that's what it looked like in the lantern's reach. The legs should have been walking knees, bending feet, lifting and touching down. But from where I stood, it didn't seem to go through all the motions a body had to. It just slid smooth and steady across the patch of ground between where it had first appeared and the round shadow where the well sat. "Hey!" I shouted again. This time the word punched out more from panic than anger. "I'm talking to you." The figure didn't turn back, didn't acknowledge me in any way. And something about that quiet, patient disregard, was worse than if it had started running straight at me. My hand had already moved to the revolver on my hip. I felt the worn grip under my palm and drew it without thinking, the motion practiced but rusty. The weight of the gun in one hand, the lantern in the other, grounded me in a way nothing else could. "Stop right there," I yelled. "I've got a gun." Still nothing. The white shape reached the dark lump of the well and kept going, its outline sliding into the deeper black around it until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. That did it. Fear, anger, and a kind of raw violation boiled together. I started running. The lantern jerked wildly, the flame leaping in the glass. Light swung left, right up down, making fence posts and tufts of weeds, and the barn door jump in and out of existence around me. My shadow lunged along beside me, long and distorted, every movement exaggerated. The revolver felt heavy and stupid in my fist. I was aware of my finger along the guard, the metal biting into the calluses. My boots pounded the dirt. I could hear my breath now sawing in and out, rough in my own ears. Somewhere off to my left, the crickets started up again, an uneven, panicked chorus, as if my movement had jostled them awake. The well loomed closer, its little roof cutting across the stars. "Hey!" I shouted again, panting between syllables. I said, "Stop." By the time I skidded to a halt at the edge of the well, the lantern light swung out and showed me exactly what I expected to see least of all. Nothing. Just stones. Old mortar. The rough circular rim of the well. The rope stretched down into the darkness, the bucket now hanging properly in the opening, as if it had never been disturbed. The lantern's glow licked the inside of the stone mouth for a foot or two, then got swallowed by black. The air rising from below was cool and damp, carrying the smell of deep earth and stale water. No footprints in the dust around me, nothing disturbed except the marks my own boots had just made. I pivoted in place, breathing hard, swinging the lantern in a rough circle. Light strobed across the yard, the barn, the house, the fence line. No pale shape retreating, no neighbor stumbling away. Just the open, yawning night, pretending it had been empty all along. "You son of a..." I trailed off, not even sure who or what I was cursing. The hair on my arms was still standing straight up. My heart hammered against my ribs like it was trying to get loose. The silence that had dropped on the yard earlier crept back in at the edges, stretching out between my breaths. I swallowed the taste of metal in my mouth, lifted the revolver a little higher, and raised my voice. "I've got a gun," I shouted into the dark. My words came out hoarse. "You hear me? I see you out here again. I won't just yell. You don't belong on my land. Don't you ever come back." The threat echoed, bounced off the barn, ran out across the field, and fell flat. No answering voice, no shuffle of retreating feet. The night swallowed it whole and gave me nothing in return. For a moment, I just stood there, lantern, held out revolver in the other hand, chest heaving. The cool breath, rising from the well, licked at my knuckles. If I leaned in, I could hear wind, or what I told myself was wind, sighing up from the unseen depths, making a soft, hollow sound in the stone throat. It almost sounded like a long, quiet exhale. "Just a trespasser," I muttered finally, forcing my arm to lower the gun. "Just some idiot trying to scare the new guy." I holstered the revolver with fingers that didn't feel entirely under my control and turned away from the well. The lantern's light swung with me, leaving the stone circle behind, casting my shadow long across the yard as I started back toward the farmhouse at a walk that turned into more of a jog than I'd admit to later. Halfway there, I made myself slow down. I was still out of breath, lungs burning a little sweat cooling on my skin and making the night feel colder than it really was. The house loomed closer with every step, its windows, dark roof, blending into the star-streaked sky. As I drew within a dozen yards, I glanced up at it, just a quick, instinctive look, more for comfort than anything else. Home, solid walls, a lock I could turn, 4 corners that belonged to me. For the briefest moment, I saw light where there shouldn't have been any. The kitchen window, the one over the sink, flashed with a weak yellowish glow. Flickered once, twice, as if a bulb were sputtering to life, and then went dead again. The house dropped back into full black, every window as blank as before. I stopped so fast my boots slid. I had not turned on any lights when I left for the barn. I'd made a point of it, actually telling myself there was no reason to waste electricity in an empty room. There was no reason at all for anything to be flickering in there now. I stayed frozen in the yard, staring at that dark rectangle of glass, my mind trying to rewrite what I'd just seen into something that made sense. A car passing on the distant road, its headlights catching the window at the right angle. Heat from the day making the power lines hum in some strange way. Anything but someone or something passing in front of my kitchen light and turning it off. Nothing moved in the window. No glow came back. The house just sat there, old and patient, like it had been sitting there long before me and would sit long after. Eventually, with no better option than to go inside or stand out there until morning, I forced my legs to carry me the rest of the way. I climbed the steps, the porch boards groaning under my weight, opened the screen door, and stepped into the dark. Behind me, somewhere out in the yard, the bucket on the well creaked once more in the wind. I told myself as I moved through the house and checked every room with the lantern before finally setting it down and locking my bedroom door that it had just been a shy trespasser. Some local kid or drifter who'd slipped away the second I started running, who'd maybe gone so far as to peek into my kitchen window before bolting into the fields. That's all it was. That's all it had to be. It was the only way I could sleep at all that night. What I didn't know, then what I couldn't have known, was that this was the last night I would ever truly believe I was the only one living on that land. I wish I could say that first night was the worst of it, that I scared whoever it was off with my shouting and my gun, and things went back to normal. That would make this an ordinary story about a man who spooked himself on his first night alone. But it didn't stop. It just learned a schedule. The next evening, I almost didn't go out. I found 1,000 reasons to stay inside. I cooked a late supper, washed dishes one at a time, wiped down a perfectly clean counter. I stood at the kitchen window and stared out into the dark until my own reflection stared back, faint and ghostly in the glass, and told myself the animals were fine. They'd make it one night without me checking their water. At about 9 o'clock, the wall clock above the table ticked its way past the 4, then the 5. I watched that minute hand crawl. Each click sounded too loud, each second dragging its feet. By 9:20, I couldn't stand it anymore. Whatever I was, or wasn't, I was not the kind of man who let fear keep him from walking his own land. That was the speech I gave myself anyway, as I strapped the revolver on and lit the lantern. My stomach didn't buy it, judging by the way it twisted when I opened the back door. The night felt almost identical to the one before hot, still crickets sawing away in the weeds, frogs calling out by the creek. The barn was the same dark lump against the sky. The well lurked in the corner of my vision. I walked to the barn, did my checks move a bale from one stall to another, lingered longer than necessary with my hand on a warm neck. When there was nothing left to fuss over, I took a breath, braced myself, and stepped out into the yard. Lantern held out, expecting that same electric stab of being watched. Nothing. The crickets played on. The breeze ruffled the tops of the corn. The sky stretched endless and indifferent over my head. This time, I made it all the way back to the house without stopping. I didn't look toward the well. I told myself that refusing to look gave whatever it had been less power. That's the kind of logic you invent when the world starts to tilt. I opened the door, stepped inside, and as I was reaching back to close it, something made me turn. Far out near the outer fence line, I saw it. A pale shape, upright, exactly where the field dipped and the ground sloped down toward the well. It was further away this time, but I knew it was the same thing. Same height, same stillness, same way the night seemed to contract around that one wrong spot. My jaw clenched so hard my teeth hurt. I stepped back out onto the porch, heart pounding, and raised the lantern as high as my arm would go. "Hey!" I yelled, throat burning. "I told you not to come back here." The shape didn't flinch, didn't turn. It just seemed to be looking past me, toward the barn, or the house, or neither, like my voice was something carried on the wind from another county. I drew the revolver and fired a shot straight up into the air. The sound cracked through the night like a bolt of lightning. The recoil punched my palm. The smell of burnt powder rushed into my nose. For half a second after the echo died, the world stayed perfectly still, like it was holding its breath. Then slowly, the shape turned the way you might turn to walk away from a conversation you'd lost interest in. It drifted steady and slow back toward the well. I watched it move into that darker patch of yard and vanish. That was night number 2. After that, I stopped trying to tell myself it was some one-time thing. Whatever it was, it had a pattern. Nights blended into each other. I could lay them out for you like a series of photos, the clock hands edging toward 9:30 p.m., the scratch of the chair legs as I pushed away from the table, the rasp of the match as I lit the lantern. the weight of the revolver as I checked again and again that it was fully loaded. The walk across the yard, the smell of warm animals and hay, the deliberate, unhurried way I did my work in the barn, stretching out those tasks by a minute here, 5 minutes there, as if staying inside those wooden walls could make time stop. It never did. Somewhere around the 35 mark, 9:30, 9:32, 9:35, depending on when I'd started my rounds, would be over, and I'd make my way back toward the house. The sky would be a deep, star-punched black. The air would hang thick around me. And almost every night when I was halfway between barn and farmhouse, I'd feel that invisible line of focus draw across my back sharp as a wire. Some nights, the white shape was closer to the house. It stood just beyond the yard near the start of the slope down to the well, its pale outline clear enough that I could tell it was facing toward me, not away. Other nights, it was further out, near the fence, just a faint ghost of white against the darker field. Once, I swear, it stood almost directly beside the well like a sentinel. But wherever it appeared, it never came closer than that. It never set foot in the immediate circle around the farmhouse, never climbed the porch steps, never came striding across the yard. It stayed at that distance, watching, always watching. At first, I tried to treat it like a person. I yelled at it. I swore. I fired into the air. One night, half out of my mind from lack of sleep, I squeezed off a shot in its direction. I watched the muzzle flash, paint the yard for a split second in orange and black, watched the bullet kick up dirt a few feet short of where the pale figure stood, if it had truly been standing there at all. It didn't duck, didn't run. It did what it always did, what it seemed to be tied to. Do it turn moving in that slow gliding way and headed toward the well. I chased it again and again, sometimes with the lantern throwing wild jerks of light, sometimes in a dark so thick I could barely see where I was putting my feet. And every time, by the time I reached the well, lungs burning, it was gone. Never footprints, never sound. Just the cool breath rising from the stones and the sound of the wind moaning faintly up the shaft, a low ooh that once you'd heard it enough could easily be mistaken for a person somewhere down there crying out. After a while, my anger wore down to a kind of grinding dread. I started sleeping less. It wasn't that I wanted to be awake. My body was exhausted from the days of work, repairing fences, cleaning stalls, fixing up the house. But my mind refused to let go. I'd lie in bed, listening to the old clock on the wall in the hallway, ticking its way through the hours, each tick sounding more and more like a tiny knock on a door, or a boot heel tapping on wood. When 9:30 rolled around, I would already be out there, because the idea of being caught unprepared was worse than the idea of facing it at all. The 1 or 2 nights I tried to skip barn rounds thinking, maybe if I just stayed inside and pretended nothing was out there, it wouldn't show, were the worst ones. I'd sit at the kitchen table, shades pulled tight, every lamp on like that extra light could stop anything from coming near, and listen to the night pressing against the walls. Sometimes, sitting there gripping a cup of coffee, gone cold, I'd hear it. Soft, so soft, I wasn't sure it was real thump, like a footstep on the porch. Another, slightly closer. The smallest weight settling on old boards, I'd hold my breath and stare at the door, watching for a shadow under the crack, a shift in the slice of darkness visible between the frame and the jamb. Nothing. Just the old wood, the old paint, the lock turned firmly to the right. Catch your breath wrong, I told myself, and the house talks back. It groans with you. That's all. Other times the wind would change direction, and from the kitchen window, I'd hear that hollow note from the well carried up the hill. Not a whistle, not quite. More like someone exhaling down a long, empty hallway. It would come and go, rise and fall, never quite repeating the same way twice. On those nights, I would close the curtains and leave them closed. People in town started to notice the way I looked. "You settling in all right out there?" Carl, the guy at the hardware store, asked one afternoon when I stopped by for nails and a new length of rope. "Sure," I lied. "Just getting used to all the space." He nodded, gave me a long, knowing look. "That place has got some history, you know." I froze with my hand halfway to my wallet. History? He seemed to reconsider, shrugging it off. "Every farm around here's got stories. Old owners, old accidents. You know how it is. Lurman fella that had it before you, he was in here all the time. Then one day, he sells up gone like that." He snapped his fingers, didn't haggle, didn't wait for a better offer. Just wanted out. Farm like that, at that price, folks said there had to be a reason. What kind of reason? The man shifted his weight, suddenly less talkative. "You know how people are. They talk." Said the place. Had seen something it didn't forget. But stories get bigger the further they travel. I wouldn't pay too much mind. The way he said it made it clear he'd already said too much. When I pressed, he changed the subject, rang me up, and called for the next customer. "Farm's got a story," another neighbor said on a different day, leaning against his truck at the gas pump, the hose humming as fuel flowed. Lurman never did fit right out there. Always looked over his shoulder. Suppose he finally had enough. When I asked what he meant, he just shook his head and stared off over my shoulder, out toward where my land sat, beyond the trees and the dip of the road. "Some places are just heavier than others," he said. "You'll see." I was already seeing. They just had no idea what I was seeing. By late fall, the pattern was as much a part of my days as feeding the animals. The clock neared 9:30. I went out. I did my work. I came back. Somewhere between barn and house, a pale, human-shaped patch of wrongness would be standing at the edge of my world watching. I yelled less. I shot less. I stopped chasing it down to the well. It wasn't that I'd gotten used to it. You don't get used to having your skin crawl at the same time every night. You just start conserving energy. There's only so long you can stay in a constant state of alarm before your body starts picking its battles. But the lack of reaction on my part didn't change the fact that out there at the edge of my property, almost every night around 9:30 p.m., something showed up that shouldn't have. Something that kept the insects from singing. Something that drifted toward that old well as if it were tied to it by a string. And the worst part wasn't the nights when I saw it. It was the nights when I didn't, but still heard the wind coming up from the well, making that low, almost human sound, and knew in my bones that whether I could see it or not, I wasn't alone. August 1st, 1922, was the first morning in almost a year that I woke up without dreading 9:30 p.m. Not because I'd stopped seeing the figure. By then, I'd given up hoping for that. It was more like my mind had gone numb from repetition. Routine can sand down even the sharpest fear if you let it. Feed work, check the animals, watch the white shape, by the well, drift away, try to sleep, repeat. That morning, the sun was already up when I rolled out of bed. The light coming through the curtains was hard and bright, the kind that makes everything outside look bleached at the edges. The air was hot before breakfast, one of those Ohio summer days where the sky is a flat, pitiless blue, and the clouds stay away like they know better. I gulped down coffee that tasted more like burnt beans than anything else, wiped sweat off my neck with the back of my hand, and stepped out onto the porch. The boards were warm under my boots. The yard shimmered a little in the heat barn, and fences wavering at the edges if you looked too long. From where I stood, I could see the well by its roof, the wood faded and gray in the sun. Nothing unusual about it. No pale figures, no movement except a lazy swirl of flies above the stone rim. If you'd shown me a photograph of that morning and asked what was wrong with it, I couldn't have told you. The only hint that the day would be any different came from the animals. I heard them before I saw them, more noise than usual coming from the barn. Not panicked, but restless. Hooves, scraping chains, rattling a cow, lowing in that deep, irritated way they do when something's just not right. The inside of the barn was even hotter than the yard heat trapped under the roof, like in an oven. The moment I slid the door open, the smell hit me hay manure warm, hide the sharp, sour note of sweat. Flies buzzed thick around the open windows and clustered along the edges of the water troughs, their small bodies shining like black beads in the slices of sunlight. The horses were the first ones I noticed acting off. My bay mare, usually the calmest creature on the property, was standing stiff-legged at the back of her stall, her head-high ears pinned halfway back. Her water bucket hung on its usual hook full to the brim, the surface untouched. "Hey, girl," I said, stepping closer. "What's all this about?" She snorted a short, sharp sound and shifted another step away from the bucket as I got near it. Her eyes flicked from me to the water and back again, rolling just enough white to tell me she was spooked. When I reached for her halter, her skin flinched under my hand like she'd been shocked. At first, I thought maybe the bucket had a crack and something from the wood was leaching into it, or that a piece of hay had fallen in and she was just being picky. I unhooked it, sloshing a little onto my boots, and dumped the contents into the dust outside the stall. The water looked fine, clear, catching the light in a dozen sharp reflections. No smell beyond the faint mineral tang that came with any well water. I rinsed the bucket, filled it again from the pump by the barn door, and brought it back. As soon as I stepped inside the stall, with it, my mare's whole body went tighter. She backed into the corner as far as she could go, bumping the wall with her hindquarters ears locked onto that innocent-looking water, like it was a snake coiling in my hands. "Easy," I murmured. "It's just water. Same as always." She didn't believe me. She kept her distance, nostrils flaring. When I finally set the bucket down and stepped away, she crept toward it in a slow, cautious half circle, lowering her head inch by inch. Her nostrils brushed the surface, taking in the scent, and her upper lip peeled back in that awkward horse grimace. Then she jerked back hard enough to rattle the chains on the stall door, let out a loud snort, and struck at the ground with one front hoof. When she moved away this time, it was quick and decisive, as if she had made up her mind that the thing hanging in her stall was not to be trusted. I didn't like that. The cattle weren't any better. Out in the pen, the trough that drew from the same well was almost full, a shallow wave lapping lazily at the side in the slight drift of air. Under other circumstances, I would have needed to top it off. Today, it looked as clear and cold as you could ask for. But the cows hung back hooves, stamping in the dirt tails, swishing hard enough to cut the air. One stepped up, dipped its head, and then pulled away, with a distressed moo, tossing its head like it couldn't stand the smell. Another shuffled sideways along the fence, deliberately keeping its bulk between itself and the trough. The sound in there was constant hooves scraping the packed ground, snorts chains clinking against posts, flies buzzing in an angry cloud around the unused water. It was the wrong kind of chaos, the kind that built up, because every animal agreed something was wrong, but didn't know what to do about it. I looked at the water. I looked at them. Sweat slid down my spine under my shirt. Well, hell, I muttered. If you're all going to act like that, we're not going to get much done today. The obvious thing to do was taste it myself. I dipped my hand into the trough and cupped some up. It was cool against my skin, a relief in the heat. I brought it to my mouth and drank. The water tasted like any other water, from that well, ever had maybe a bit flat, like it had been sitting, but nothing sharp or foul. No metallic bite beyond the usual faint hint of iron, no sourness. I took another swallow, just to be sure my imagination wasn't editing things, and then wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. See, I said aloud, turning to the nearest cow, as if I could reason with it. It's fine. The cow stared back at me with calm, dark eyes, then flicked its ears and bellowed low, backing up another step for good measure. Back in the barn, I tried again, with the horses letting the water run for a while from the pump before filling their buckets, thinking maybe the first draw had been sitting in the pipes overnight. Same result. They sniffed, lips curled, eyes rolling. One of the geldings, usually so lazy, I had to drag him out of his stall to work, actually jerked his head up so fast his halter rope snapped, then scrambled backward until his rump hit the wall with a hollow thud. I had to admit, they were all reacting like there was something wrong, something I couldn't see, taste, or smell, but they could feel as clearly as a slap. Animals know things we don't. Ask any farmer, and they'll tell you about dogs that whine before storms, cows that bunch together before a cold snap, birds that vanish right before a tornado touches down. You learn to pay attention to that kind of warning. Standing in the heat of the barn, with the sound of restless hooves and buzzing flies beating against my skull, I realized I had a problem I couldn't work around. If the animals wouldn't drink from the well, they wouldn't last long. Not in August. Not here. If the water was bad, I had to fix the water. The well had come with the farm, old as the house, and twice as temperamental. There was a hand pump up by the barn, its iron handle smooth from years of use, tied by a pipe underground to the main shaft. An older man in town, a retired farmer, who seemed to know every well in a 10-mile radius, had told me there was a way to drain it if I ever needed to clean it, a valve down low near a runoff trench that fed into a shallow ditch. It's a pain in the ass, he'd said, with a dry chuckle. But better than drinking mud if something gets in there. At the time, I'd filed that under, maybe someday. Now, it had moved to the top of the list. I walked out to the well, the sun pressing down on my shoulders with a weight you could almost measure. Up close in daylight, the stones of the well looked even older than the rest of the place, their edges rounded and smoothed, moss clinging in the cracks. The wooden frame overhead cast a narrow strip of shade on the inside rim. The rope disappeared into the darkness, with the bucket dangling just below my line of sight. I cranked it up first, hand over hand on the rope, the rough fibers scratching into my skin. The pulley squealed metal, grinding against itself in protest. The bucket came up, dripping its sides dark with moisture. I hauled it over the lip and set it down carefully. The water inside looked the same as before. Clear. Maybe a few specks of grit at the bottom. A sliver of sky shimmered on the surface, the reflection wobbling as the bucket rocked. If I'd never seen the way the animals reacted, I would have sworn it was harmless. I set the bucket aside in the grass and moved around to the back of the well where the stone base met the packed earth. There, covered by a warped plank and a tangle of weeds, was the old runoff trench. I scraped the board away, sending a puff of dust into the air, and found the narrow ditch running off toward the lower field, dry and cracked from disuse. Beside it, half hidden in dirt and roots, was the iron valve the old farmer had told me about. It took some work to get it open. The metal was stiff, rust clinging to threads that hadn't been turned in who knew how long. I wrapped my hand in a rag, braced my foot against the stone, and leaned into it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then there was a sharp, reluctant jerk, followed by a low grinding sound as the valve began to turn. The change was slow at first. I heard it more, then saw it, a different note in the sound, rising from the well, a new undertone beneath the faint sigh of air. A trickle somewhere below, hidden inside the stone. The smell hit me next. When the water level started to drop, the air that came up with it changed character the way breath does when a person starts coughing. The cool, neutral scent of damp stone deepened, picked up heavier notes. Wet earth, old leaves, something metallic like rusty nails soaked in a bucket overnight. I leaned over the rim lantern, listened the bright morning, and squinted down. The ring of wet stone inside the shaft widened by degrees as the water sank, leaving behind a slick, darker coating that caught the light. At first, all I could see was a dim, shifting circle of greenish reflection. Then that circle shrank inch by inch, revealing more of the throat of the well. The smell got worse as it went. Mold, now too sharp and sour, catching at the back of my throat. The kind of smell that lives in places that haven't been disturbed for a long, long time. Beneath it all, that iron tang grew stronger until it felt like I was breathing through a mouthful of pennies. I told myself it was just old water, and algae, maybe a dead raccoon or two, that had fallen in over the years, finally being exposed to the sun and air. Wells are dirty places. They collect the world's leftovers. That was what I clung to as I listened to the muffled gurgle of water rushing out through the unseen pipe at the bottom, out into the dry ditch, where it began to snake away in a narrow, shimmering stream. But even as I stood there in the bright, brutal heat, with the sun high and the air humming with flies, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was watching the guts of something open up, that I was lowering the surface of not just water, but memory, and that whatever had been waiting down there, just out of sight all this time, finally didn't have all that much left to hide behind. It took a while for the water to go low enough that I could see anything more than wet stone. I kept going back and forth between the barn and the well, checking on the animals, doing what I could with other chores, while the level dropped. Every time I leaned over the rim, the air coming up felt cooler, thicker, carrying that blend of damp earth mold and metal. The echo of the water, sucking through whatever crack or pipe it was escaping from, had shifted from a steady gurgle to an irregular drip. By mid-afternoon, the sun had swung to the other side of the house, leaving the well in a patch of shade. Sweat had soaked through my shirt, and my throat burned from breathing in that heavy, tainted damp. I wiped my hands on my jeans, planted my palms on the rough stone, and leaned over again. This time, the bottom stared back. There was still some water, left a dark, shallow pool that caught a slice of sky and broke it into a shaky reflection, but most of the shaft's throat was exposed. Now stone walls slick with moisture, streaked in places with something darker. At first, I saw nothing but rock and shadow. Then my eyes adjusted and I realized one of those shadows wasn't a shadow at all. Near where the remaining water lapped against stone, something pale and irregular pressed against the wall. Not the smooth curve of rock, more angular. It took my brain a few seconds to separate it out from the surrounding darkness, a length of something with straight edges, where straight edges shouldn't be. Half covered in silt and slime, I could make out a fold of dark fabric clinging to it, moving slightly in the faint current. Above that, another shape protruded, rounded in a way that made my stomach go cold even before I fully understood why. From up top, it was all just hints, a suggestion of cloth, a blunt curve, a line of something pale and hard that caught the dim light like old porcelain. The longer I stared, the more those pieces slid into place. That's an arm, my mind whispered. And that's part of a face. I jerked back so fast my boots scraped against the dirt. The rough stone bit into my palms as I shoved away, stumbling a step, almost losing my balance. For a heartbeat, the world went too bright around the edges, the sky pressing down the yard, tilting. Get a grip, I told myself, sucking in thick, humid air. If something's in there, you need to be sure. You can't pretend it away. I forced myself to lean over the rim again. This time, I didn't try to see everything. I let my eyes track piece by piece. A sleeve, dark soaked through the fabric wrapped tight against what was left of the limb beneath. A cuff bunched around a narrow wrist. The skin there, the color of old wax stretched and shrunken. Below at an angle, a row of small white bumps peeking through torn cloth vertebrae, or ribs, or something else I didn't want to identify. And there, half submerged in the last of the water, tipped back against the stone, was the smooth curve of a skull. Not bare bone, not exactly. There were still tatters of something clinging to its scalp, maybe hair long gone, but enough to give it a sickening, half-finished look. One eye socket was turned up toward me. It was empty dark as the bottom of the well. My fingers slipped a little on the rim. I didn't realize how hard I was gripping until the stones rasped under my palms. A gust of wind chose that exact moment to sweep across the yard, dipping down into the open mouth of the well. The rope above me swung lazily, the bucket forgotten where I'd left it, hanging just inside the opening, bumped against the stone with a dry, high keek that sounded in that echoing throat disturbingly like a faint, breathy laugh. The sound went right through me. I flinched back instinctively, heart slamming, one foot landing halfway on a loose rock. For a split second, I felt my weight pitch toward the opening. The sky spun, the lip of the well rushed closer in my vision. If my hand hadn't snapped out to grab the wooden frame, I might have gone in head first. The world narrowed to the splinter, biting into my palm, and the raw animal terror of falling into that dark hole with the thing at the bottom. I dragged myself backward, boots gouging tracks in the dirt, until I was a safe distance away, breathing so hard my chest hurt. "Nope," I said aloud, voice shaking. "No. That's enough. That's not for me to deal with. Some things you don't try to handle alone." It felt wrong to leave the well unattended, but there wasn't a chance in hell I was going to climb down there. My legs still trembled from almost going over the edge. I hurried to the house, hands fumbling with the phone line that the previous owner had thankfully kept in working order. The sheriff picked up on the third ring. I knew him by name, same as everyone else, within 20 miles. "Sheriff Dugan," he said. "Dugan, it's Carl Logus out at the old Lerman place." I tried to steady my voice, but it came out thin and high. I was draining my well. Found something at the bottom. Someone, I think." There was a pause. I could picture him straightening up behind his desk. Someone, I mean a body, I said. There's a body in my well. By the time the sheriff's truck rumbled up the drive, the sun had started its slow slide toward the tree line. Dust swirled around the tires as he pulled in. He wasn't alone. There was a deputy with him, a kid I'd only seen once or twice, and behind them, another old pickup, with two of my closer neighbors standing in the bed hats, pulled low against the light. Word travels fast when it wants to. They gathered around the well in a tightening circle, the way people do when there's something awful to see and they can't help themselves. Conversation dropped to a low murmur, every voice just a little softer than usual, like the stones might be listening. "Show me," Sheriff Dugan said. I pointed, keeping a little further back this time. He leaned over, bracing one hand on the rim, peering down into the shadow. His shoulders stiffened a fraction. "Jesus," he muttered. "All right. Yeah, that's a person." The deputy swallowed, audibly beside him. One of the neighbors crossed himself. Dugan straightened and took off his hat, running his hand through his thinning hair. When he put the hat back on, his face had shifted into the flat professional mask I'd seen on him once before, at a wreck on the road. "We're gonna have to get him out of there," he said. "Careful as we can. No sense leaving him down there another day." They rigged up a sort of harness with ropes and a rusted-out piece of metal they'd brought from the truck, something they used for hauling deer or hogs out of ravines. It took time, more time, than part of me could stand, to get it anchored, tested, lowered into the well, with slow grinding squeals of rope and pulley. Every clang of metal, every grunt of effort echoed down into that narrow space and bounced back, broken and distorted. I stayed back while the deputy went over the side, feet braced on the chalky footholds someone had cut into the inner wall decades ago. It was his job, but I didn't envy him. The rope creaked under his weight as he descended the top of his hat, disappearing a foot at a time until he was swallowed by shadow. The sheriff knelt by the rim hands, wrapped in cloth, as he paid out the line. The waiting felt like holding my breath. After what seemed like forever, the deputy's voice floated up thin and hollow. "Got him. He's pretty far gone, Sheriff. But he's wedged in good. Gonna take some doing." "Do what you can," Dugan called down. Slow and steady. The next part comes back to me in flashes. The rope straining three of us, heaving in rhythm as something heavy and waterlogged dragged against the stone. The smell, climbing out ahead of whatever it was we were bringing up. Rot diluted by years of water, metallic tang of old blood, long dried, the grave-sweet stink of decay that has had too much time to settle in. Finally, a shape appeared just below the rim cloth, hanging in shredded folds, dark and slick. A thin, angled limb twisted at a wrong angle bone close to the surface. The skull came last, rolling slightly, jaw slack. Empty sockets turned up to the light. I looked away for a second, jaw clenched. I didn't need to see every detail. I'd seen enough to know this had once been a man. They laid him out on a canvas tarp in the yard downwind of the animals. Even as careful as they'd been, parts of him came away in the fabric, clinging like wet leaves. The sheriff and deputy worked with their mouths and noses covered, faces set. 5 years, one of the neighbors whispered. "Has to be right. Ain't nobody gone missing around here since then." Henry, the other neighbor, said. "Has to be Henry." I remembered the name, Henry Lipenstick. The farmhand everyone had assumed had skipped town. A quiet young man who'd worked for the previous owner, Frank Lerman, and then just stopped showing up one day. I remembered, too, the way folks in town would lower their voices whenever they mentioned his disappearance. how they'd say things like Frank and that boy never could agree on money. And funny how he sold that place right after, could be anyone. I said automatically, but even I didn't believe it. Sheriff Dugan crouched by what was left of the man and began going through the remnants of his clothes. The fabric had mostly rotted away, but there were scraps of a shirt trousers, something that might have been suspenders. In the ruin of his pockets, they found a thin wallet with the ghost of a name on a warped card. The letters that remained HENR were enough to draw a sharp breath from everyone who saw them. Henry Lipenstick Dugan said softly, "Guess you didn't run off after all." There was a quiet that settled over us then heavier than any we'd had before. The kind that comes when a rumor hardens into fact right in front of your eyes. "Look at this," the deputy said a moment later. He'd been handling the left wrist, what was left of it, trying to see if there was anything recognizable on it. From the stained, shredded cuff of the shirt, he pulled a strap of cracked leather still looped around the bone. Attached to it was a watch. It was an old wristwatch, the kind with a round face and small metal hands. The glass was cracked in two places, a spiderweb of fine white lines radiating out from one big impact mark. Mud and whatever else had seeped in under the glass, clouding parts of the dial. But the hands themselves were still perfectly visible. They weren't moving. "Stop dead," the deputy said, as if the pun had slipped out before he could catch it. He tried winding it by habit, but the mechanism refused to budge. Sheriff Dugan took the watch from him and squinted at it, turning slightly, so the lowering sun wouldn't glare off the cracked glass. "Well, I'll be damned," he murmured. I stepped closer despite myself. What he tilted the face so I could see. Both hands, hour and minute, pointed stubbornly at the same place. A little past 9. The minute hand smack on the 7, the hour hand hugging the 9. It was a picture I'd seen 100 times over the last year in a different form. 9:35. For a second, everything else dropped away. The smell, the heat, the murmurs of the men around me, they all faded. All I could feel was that familiar time slot, that cursed little window of the evening when my yard became a stage and something pale walked its edge. 9:35 p.m. The time my animals expected me in the barn. The time my feet learned the path between house and stall so well they could have walked it in their sleep. The time the white figure would appear night after night, watching, always turning away toward the well. A crow cawed suddenly from the fence post near the lower field, harsh and abrupt, making us all flinch as if someone had fired a gun. Another answered from the trees. The wind stirred the grass in a low, restless ripple. No one said anything for a long moment. Finally, the sheriff cleared his throat. "We'll get him to the coroner, see what they can make of it. But if you ask me, he's been down there about as long as folks have been wondering where he went," Frank, one of the neighbors, said quietly. Bet he knew. Bet that's why he lit out so quick, sold the place fast as he could. Dugan's mouth pressed into a hard line. That's for a court to chew on if they can get their teeth into it. For now, we give the man a proper burial and we let his people, what little he had, know he can be laid to rest. They wrapped what was left of Henry Lipenstick carefully in the tarp, the watch set aside in an evidence bag, the wallet with its faded name tucked into a separate envelope. The men loaded him into the back of the sheriff's truck with the kind of rough gentleness you reserve for bodies and broken furniture. Respectful, but aware that whatever made a person was long gone. When the trucks finally rolled away, taking Henry and the smell and the murmurs with them, the farm felt different. The well stood there, mouth open, a little ring of damp marking how high the water had once stood. The ditch beyond gleamed with leftover moisture. Flies still buzzed, but they seemed unbothered by the absence. That night, I did my rounds at the same time as always. Habit and fear brought me out at 9:30 p.m., lantern in hand revolver at my side. The air was cooler touched with the first hint of coming fall. The sky glowed faintly, where town sat on the horizon, and the fields whispered under a light breeze. I went to the barn. I checked the animals. They drank from the new water I'd hauled in from town, cautiously at first, then with growing trust. Their eyes were calmer, their hooves quieter on the straw. On the walk back, halfway between barn and house, my body braced itself for that now familiar feeling. The prickling on the back of my neck, the weight of unseen eyes, the stretching of the moment before I turned. I stopped, lifted the lantern, turned toward the well. There was nothing there. No pale shape by the fence. No thin human outline beside the stone circle. The yard lay empty, and open the well, just another piece of old stone and wood in a world full of it. The crickets didn't stop. The frogs kept croaking. The wind moved regularly. No weird pockets of silence, no deep hush hanging over the slope. I stayed there for a long time, waiting for that wrongness to snap back into place. It never did. The next night, I did the same thing. 9:30 p.m., lantern, barn, back again. No figure, no still staring presence at the edge of my sight. The night was just night. It stayed that way. I lived on that farm for years after they pulled Henry out of my well and buried him in a proper grave with his name on a marker instead of whispered at a bar. I rebuilt fences, repainted the house, replaced the rope on the well. Seasons turned. Crops were planted and harvested. Animals were born and died. The farm settled into itself, like a man finally easing down into a chair after standing too long. Not once in all those years did I see that white shape again. You'd think that would bring me peace, that knowing the visits had stopped, that whatever had been pacing the edge of my land had finally been put to rest would let me sleep easier. It didn't. If anything, it made the truth sit heavier. Because once I knew who was in that well, once I knew how long he'd been down there, and what time his watch had stopped, there was only one way the pattern made sense. For almost a year, night after night, right around 9:35 p.m., I'd walked across that yard lantern in hand, complaining under my breath about the heat, the work, the loneliness. I'd cursed at a pale stranger, and the dark fired shots into the air chased a figure I could never catch. And all that time, every single time I saw him turn and drift toward the well, he hadn't been trespassing on my land. He'd been trying to show me where he'd died. If you ever find yourself laughing in a castle during a winter storm, pay attention to the moments when the laughter dies. That's something I learned in 1933 in the south of Poland, in a place that no one in my family mentions by name anymore. My name isn't important. What matters is that at the time, I was stupid enough and young enough to be flattered when a man like Anton Holberg invited me to spend a few days at his estate. He called it a little winter retreat, which was his way of describing a stone fortress big enough to swallow the village I grew up in and still have room for a chapel and a stable. I remember the journey more clearly than I remember most of that year. The road to the castle was a narrow ribbon of packed snow, cutting through black forest. Our car, an ancient boxy machine that belonged to one of Anton's relatives, rattled and shuddered every time one of the tires hit a frozen rut. The driver, hunched over the wheel scarf, pulled up high over his mouth fingers in thick gloves. Each time the engine coughed, I thought we'd be stranded, a dim smudge of exhaust hanging in the air behind us like a ghost that couldn't keep up. Outside the windows, the trees were nothing but dark vertical streaks against an endless gray sky. Snow clung to every branch and piled on every stone. The wind pushed at the car in invisible hands, rocking us just enough to make me aware of how close the drop was. On the left side, just beyond the slope, I could see the white blur of a frozen river threading through the valley. "You will see it soon," the driver said, without turning around. His accent dragged the vowels out, made everything sound more final. "The house of Mr. Holberg. It is very old." He said old the way some people say sick. We took a sharp turn, the car's tires skidding just enough to make my stomach drop, and then the forest peeled back. The road climbed the trees, thinned, and there it was. The castle sat on a low rise, its stone walls the color of old bones under the winter sky. Two towers flanked the main bulk of the building, their tops crenellated, rimmed with snow. Smoke rose from at least 3 chimneys, blown sideways by the wind smearing into the clouds. Light leaked from a few narrow windows, yellow against the blue-gray afternoon. From a distance, it looked like something pulled straight out of a history book. Up close, as we rattled over the final stretch, and the gate creaked open to let us through, it looked tired. The stones were pitted moss, trapped under the ice in the mortar. The metal fixtures on the gate were rusted, the iron teeth of some long-broken mechanism still visible if you knew where to look. But it was still the largest house I had ever been invited into. Anton himself was waiting in the entry hall when we clattered to a stop in the courtyard. He came down the front steps in a swirl of dark coat and cigarette smoke, his breath fogging the air cheeks red from drink or cold or both. "My friend," he shouted, his voice bouncing off the stone. "You made it. I was starting to think the storm would steal you from me." He grabbed my shoulders with gloved hands and kissed the air by my cheeks in that way he'd picked up from somewhere else, some other country. His eyes were bright, slightly unfocused. He already had a glass in one hand. "You chose a hell of a weekend," I said, nodding toward the sky. Snowflakes clung to my coat, melted, and immediately refroze. My legs were stiff from the ride. "It's perfect," he said. "When it storms like this, the roads are impossible. No one in, no one out. The world is shut out. We have the fire, the wine, the cards. What more do we need?" He said it like it was a joke, but something in the way, his gaze flicked briefly over my shoulder to the dark tree line to the heavy sky, made me think he meant it. Inside, the air was warmer, but not by much at first. The entry hall was a high-ceilinged tunnel of stone, the walls hung with old tapestries whose colors had faded into a general brownish gloom. Our footsteps echoed off the floor, a hollow, hard sound. Wind found its way in through cracks around the heavy door, slipping past the thick wood to hiss along the floor in cold fingers. Candles were set in iron sconces along the corridor leading deeper into the house. Their flames leaned under the draft, smearing light across the stone in long yellow streaks. Somewhere deeper in the castle, I heard the muffled pop and crack of burning logs. "You'll get used to the cold," Anton said, shrugging out of his coat and tossing it onto a carved bench that belonged in a museum. "The walls hold on to it. They remember winters from 100 years ago. It makes the liquor taste better." We moved through a series of corridors that all looked the same, thick stone walls. small arched windows showing only gray sky, or the blurred outline of snow on slate roofs. The occasional wooden door, banded with black iron. The smell of old stone and older smoke. Our footsteps and our voices followed us. Sometimes when we turned a corner, I could still hear our last words echoing ahead of us, as if someone else was walking just out of sight, repeating what we'd said under their breath. "Who else is here?" I asked. "A few friends," he said. "You know Camille, and Yosef, of course. A couple of my cousins. They're already drinking without us. We must catch up." We turned one more corner and passed under a heavy wooden arch, and the air changed. The smell of wine tobacco and wood smoke hit me like a wave. The sitting room was the heart of the castle that night. It wasn't a small room by normal standards, but compared to the echoing halls outside, it felt almost cramped. The ceiling was lower, the walls paneled in dark wood instead of bare stone. A massive fireplace dominated one side, its mantel crowded with mismatched candlesticks and framed photographs that looked tiny under the high vaulted beam above. Logs burned in the great flames, gnawing at them in orange and blue tongues, sending up occasional showers of sparks that popped and hissed. The light from the fire and the candles pooled together, turning the room a warm, throbbing gold. Shadows clung to the corners, sharp and black moving when people moved, stretching across the ceiling like long, thin fingers whenever someone stood up or gestured too wildly with a cigarette. A gramophone sat on a low table near the window, brass horn polished to a dull shine. A record spun the needle hissing faintly as some old jazz recordings struggled through the static trumpets and piano, sounding like they were playing at the other end of a long tunnel. The sound mixed with the crackle of the fire and the murmur of voices, creating a kind of cozy chaos that sat on my skin like a wool blanket. Around the central table, men sat with their jackets off sleeves, rolled up ties, loosened or discarded completely. Cards lay in scattered piles, half-finished hands, abandoned when someone cracked a joke or leaned back, laughing too hard. Glasses clinked. The air was thick with smoked cigarettes, cigars, pipes all coiling lazily under the ceiling and drifting into my lungs with every breath. Finally, Kamal shouted when he saw me. He was flushed, his hair sticking up in all directions, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "We thought Anton had lost you in the forest, you poor bastard." "He almost did," I said, dropping my bag near the door and making my way toward the table. "Your roads are a disgrace." "His roads," Joseph corrected, pointing at Anton with the end of a cigar. "He owns even the potholes now." Anton bowed mock regally and sloshed more wine into his own glass. "And I invite you all to enjoy them as much as you enjoy my hospitality." We laughed. It was easy to laugh in that room. Someone shoved a drink into my hand, something dark and strong, burning the back of my throat on its way down. The warmth spread through my chest, taking the edge off the chill that had followed me in. I slid into an empty chair at the table as the current game of blackjack resumed. Cards slapped onto wood. Chips clacked and slid. Kamal cursed. Joseph whooped one of the cousins claimed to have been cheated and was promptly accused of being drunk. The gramophone's needle crackled. The trumpet stumbled, the piano righted itself, and the world outside the thick walls faded to a distant thought. If you had walked in, then at that moment, you might have thought it was the safest place in the world. The storm outside pounded at the castle. From time to time, you could hear the wind shove itself against the shutters, a low, angry moan carrying through the cracks. But in that room, surrounded by old wood, an old stone, and men too drunk to feel the cold. It sounded almost like a sea against a distant shore. The contrast was almost obscene out there, freezing darkness. In here, the red glow of the fire on faces, the soft ring of glass on glass, the easy rise and fall of familiar voices. It didn't feel like a spooky castle. It felt like a refuge from one. I remember leaning back in my chair, at one point, drink in hand, and letting my gaze slide away from the table. Anton's profile was framed by firelight, sharp nose, strong jaw, a lock of hair falling across his forehead as he laughed at something Yosef had said. Behind him, above the mantel, the shadows thrown by the flames crawled up the wall in jagged, ever-changing patterns. For a second, one of those shadows seemed to detach itself, stretch higher than the others, tall and narrow, like a man in a hooded cloak, standing just beyond the reach of the light. I blinked, and it was gone. Just black shapes and flickering candlelight. I told myself it was nothing, just tricks of the eye after a long journey and too much drink on an empty stomach. I turned back to the table, to the cards, to the warm press of bodies and noise. There were a dozen tiny moments like that night. Little catches in the conversation, odd drafts that slid under the door and licked at my ankles, the way the fire would snap and spit when no one was touching it. Things that taken alone would have meant nothing at all. But sitting here now, all these years later, telling you this, as if confessing something, I can't help thinking about how hard that castle was working to pretend it was just a house. How hard we all worked to believe it. At some point in the evening, someone, maybe Camille, maybe one of the cousins, mentioned the way the walls creaked when the wind hit them just right. "Ah, that's just the monk," Anton said, with a theatrical sigh, waving his hand. Everyone laughed. I laughed too. But I noticed he didn't. Not really. The first time I heard the monk, it didn't sound like a ghost. It sounded like a house deciding to move. We were halfway through another round of blackjack. Cards were spread across the table, a loose fan of reds and blacks when it happened. I had just asked the dealer for one more card. "Hit me," I said, and as the card left his fingers, a long, deep creak rolled across the ceiling above us. It wasn't the quick crack of wood expanding in the heat, or the little sigh of an old beam settling. It was slow and deliberate, like the weight of something heavy shifting its position on the floor overhead. The kind of sound a person might make if they stood up from a bed in a quiet room and took a single step. The entire table went still. The card hung in midair between the dealer's hand and mine. Camille froze with his drink halfway to his mouth. Yosef's laughter died in his throat. Even the fire seemed to pull back for a second, its crackle dimming, as if the whole room had turned its head to listen. We stared at the ceiling. The room above us was directly overhead. One of the guest bedrooms, Anton had said when we first arrived, though I'd never seen anyone go in or out of it. The sound had come from there, traveling down through the thick beams and plaster like a groan from inside the bones of the castle itself. The creak faded, leaving behind a pressure in the air that made me aware of my own heartbeat. Slowly, as if by some unspoken agreement, we all lowered our eyes from the ceiling and turned to look at Anton. He was sitting at the head of the table glass, in hand cigarette burning low between his fingers. For a fraction of a second, before he noticed we were watching him, something passed over his face. His eyes were flat. His jaw clenched, his shoulders tight. He looked annoyed, not startled, not confused, just as if a familiar nuisance had made itself known at an inconvenient time. Then he saw us all staring, and his expression changed. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile that showed just a little too much teeth. He raised his glass toward the ceiling in a kind of mock salute. "There he is," he said lightly. "Our monk." There was a beat of silence. Then the room erupted. Kamal slapped the table. "Ah, not this again," he groaned, but he was grinning. Joseph let out a theatrical shiver and crossed himself, with the hand holding his cigar ashes scattering onto the cards. One of the cousins, already on his third or fourth glass, laughed and said, "Tell it, Anton. Go on. Our friend here hasn't heard your favorite bedtime story." All eyes swung toward me. I realized I must have looked genuinely confused. "Monk," I repeated. "What monk?" Anton sighed dramatically, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the ceiling again, as if he might see through the stone. "You see what you've done," he said to no one in particular. "Now I have to do the whole thing again." "We insist," Joseph said. "It's a tradition. Cards, wine, and the ghost in the upstairs bedroom." "Ghost?" I said, half laughing, because everyone else was. But there was still that sound in my ears, that long, thoughtful creak that didn't feel like any house noise I'd heard before. "It's nothing," Anton said, waving his cigarette. Ash fell to the floor unnoticed. Just the resident holy man. Very shy. Very dead. The gramophone chose that exact moment to sputter. The trumpet whined. The piano stumbled, and then the record reached its end with a soft scratch. The needle bumped gently against the label over and over. Click, click, click. No one got up to change it. The steady metronome tick of it filled the edges of the room, a new heartbeat under the crackle of the fire. "All right," Anton said. He took a swallow from his glass, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and leaned his elbows on the table. The firelight threw his face into sharp relief, carving shadows under his cheekbones and turning his eyes into dark hollows. "Since we have an audience, let me enlighten our skeptical friend." He looked at me directly. "This castle," he began, "used to be a monastery. Or so they say. Long before my family took it over, the land belonged to the church, and this building, what's left of it, was part of a cloistered little world of prayer and silence and cold stone floors. You can still feel the holiness in the mornings," Camille muttered, rolling his eyes, "especially when you're trying to find the bathroom in the dark." "Shut up," Anton said, but there was affection in it. Anyway, as the story goes, there was a monk here who was not very good at being a monk. He paused, letting that hang. The fire popped sharply, sending a brief flare of light across the ceiling. The shadows seemed to lean in a little closer. "This monk," Anton continued, "he broke his vows. Not just once, mind you. Repeatedly. Women, money, drink, you name it. He used the privacy of his cell upstairs. He lifted his cigarette and pointed to the ceiling above us for anything but prayer. The others suspected, of course. You can't keep secrets in walls this thick. Voices travel. Footsteps travel. Sin travels. I found myself glancing up again, imagining the room above us. 4 walls a bed, maybe a small window, looking out over the courtyard. The wind howled outside, squeezing itself through cracks in the shutters, whistling faintly in the chimney flue. As these stories always go, Anton said there was a scandal. A girl from the village, they say, found with child. No husband, no suitor. But she kept coming up the road toward the monastery at odd hours. Someone noticed. Someone talked. The brothers confronted our wayward friend. He stubbed out his cigarette in a glass tray, grinding the ember down slowly. He denied it, of course. Swore, up and down, that he was pure as snow. That he spent his nights on his knees in prayer. That any noises heard from his room were the devil trying to tempt him. Sounds like you, Joseph said. Blame the devil for the sounds in your room. Laughter rippled around the table, but it was a bit thinner this time. The needle on the gramophone kept tapping. Click, click, click. Unfortunately for him, Anton went on, the girl decided to clear her conscience. She named him. The abbot was displeased. There were threats. There was talk of sending him away in disgrace, stripping him of his position, his habits, his tiny comforts. He poured himself another drink, the liquid sloshing up the sides of the glass in a way that made my throat feel dry. What happened next is the part no one agrees on. Some say he fled, packed what little he had, and ran in the night. Others say he was dragged from his cell and beaten for his sins. But the version everyone here likes to repeat on winter nights is this. He glanced at the ceiling again, then at me. The room seemed to tighten around us. Firestone smoke, the faint ticking of the needle. They say he didn't wait to be punished, Anton said quietly. They say he knelt down in that room upstairs, right above us, and begged God for a way out. Silence answered him. No miracle, no mercy. So he took matters into his own hands. The logs in the fireplace shifted with a loud crack, sending up a shower of sparks. Shadows leapt across the walls, briefly distorting the faces around the table. He had a rope, Anton said. A thin one. Not like a thick hangman's noose, no. Something narrower. They say he was vain even then. Didn't want to be found swinging from the rafters like a common criminal. So he sat on the edge of his bed, tied the rope to the bedpost, looped it around his neck, and leaned forward gently. A little at a time. Enough to put pressure on his throat. Enough to cut off the air. They say it took a long time. Someone exhaled sharply through their nose. The gramophone clicked. Click, click. In the morning when the brothers came to confront him again, they found him there. Hood-up robe, straight knees on the floor, head bowed as if in prayer. But his face. Anton made a small twisting gesture with his hand. Not peaceful. Not like the paintings. Not like a martyr. They say his tongue was black and swollen. They say his eyes were bulging. They say the rope had cut so deep that it left a mark around his throat that never went away even after they buried him. He let the image hang there. The only sound in the room was the fire chewing slowly through wood and the quiet, relentless tapping of the gramophone's needle. So, of course, he added lightly, almost as an afterthought, the story doesn't end with the burial. This is where the haunting begins. This time, no one laughed. They say Anton went on lowering his voice, that the rope didn't stay buried. That on some nights, especially when the wind hits the walls just right, you can hear it creaking against the bedpost. That if you sleep in that room, in his old bed, you wake up in the dark with something thin digging into your throat, pulling tighter each time you move. A draft pushed under the door. Just then, cold air curling around my ankles. I resisted the urge to pull my feet up off the floor like a child. Servants used to refuse to go in there, he said. Guests would complain of bad dreams, of hands on their necks, of waking up unable to breathe. There's even an old story, older than my family's time here, of a man found dead in that room, with a mark around his neck, but no rope, just a faint red line as if fingers had dragged there. Perfect room to store your mother-in-law, one of the cousins joked weakly. And this room above us now, I asked, because the question was right there between all of us. This is... That room. Anton's eyes flicked to the ceiling and back. So they say, he replied. The monks are gone. The church sold the land. The bed is long replaced. But the stories stick to these walls like damp. When my father passed it down to me, he told me, all this is yours. Just don't sleep in that one room. And have you? I said. Have you ever slept there? Of course not, he said quickly, a little too quickly. Then he smirked, as if catching himself. Why would I? I have 20 other rooms without homicidal clergy. You mean to tell me? I said, leaning forward, a kind of amused disbelief bubbling up through the unease that you own all of this. I gestured around at the paneling, the fire, the old stone, and the heavy doors. And you've never once stepped into that bedroom just because of a story. It's not just a story, Joseph said, but softly. At the same time, Kamal snorted. Anton loves the story. He loves having a haunted room. Makes the place feel exotic, but he's terrified of it. He won't even let the servants air it out. A ripple of laughter went around the table. It was warmer this time, fueled by drink and the pleasure of needling a friend. Even I smiled, though part of me watched Anton's reaction closely. He took the mockery with a theatrical sigh, pressing a hand to his chest. My friends, you wound me, he said. You think I am afraid? You are afraid? Kamal said. We've asked you before. You always have an excuse. Yes, Joseph added. Every time the wind bangs something upstairs, you say, ah, that is the monk. And then you pour yourself more wine and change the subject. And you sleep safely on the other side of the castle. One of the cousins chimed in. Very brave. The gramophone clicked. Click, click, click. The needle was still bumping the center of the empty record. No one had moved to lift it. The sound had become part of the room, a tiny, insistent reminder that something had reached its end and was waiting to be reset. Anton's smile thinned. For a second, underneath the charm, I saw something else, a flicker of genuine annoyance, or maybe embarrassment. His hand tightened on his glass knuckles, whitening. And you, he said, turning back to me, what about you? You have heard the story now. You have heard the monk. Would you rush upstairs and throw yourself into his bed just to prove how brave you are? The fire hissed as a knot in the wood burst, sending a brief spray of sparks up the chimney. The wind outside made a low, long sound along the outer wall, like someone running a finger around the rim of a glass. I'm not the one who owns the place, I said. If I did, I'd at least want to know what was in all my rooms. There was a beat, and then everyone seized on that. It was too perfect. He's right, Camille said. You can't let a ghost bully you in your own house. Imagine, Joseph added, grinning, telling people you were too frightened to even open a door upstairs. What will the girls think when they hear that Anton Holberg, one cousin, declared raising his glass lord of the castle, except for one bedroom? They drank to that, their laughter spilling over each other. I watched Anton while they mocked him. His jaw worked. His eyes went from face to face, then up once more to the ceiling above us, where the long, slow creak had come from earlier. For a moment, he looked like a man standing at the edge of something he didn't want to look down into. Then he set his glass down with a small, sharp clink that cut through the noise. Fine, he said. If my courage is such a source of entertainment, we will settle it tonight. The room quieted a fraction. The needle clicked. The fire burned. The wind pressed against the windows, listening. You want a story, Anton said. I'll give you one. I will sleep in that room tonight, alone. And in the morning, you can all tell everyone you know that you mocked a man for being afraid of a ghost, and he proved you wrong. We all laughed and cheered him, then greedy for the drama of it. None of us thought in that moment about what would happen if the story turned out to be true. If the monk existed at all, I sometimes think he didn't need to strangle anyone. All he had to do was sit back and let men with too much ego and too much liquor do the work for him. What started as a joke turned into a dare faster than anyone wanted to admit. At first, we laughed at Anton's declaration. We raised our glasses and toasted his bravery, jeering like boys in a schoolyard. The fire roared, the gramophone finally got a new record, and for a while the energy in the room was all noise and heat and bravado. But words have a way of congealing in the air if you say them enough. Tonight, Kamal said, slapping Anton on the back, hard enough to slosh his drink, our host sleeps with the holy dead. To the monk's new roommate, Joseph added, raising his glass. To our fearless Anton, one of the cousins crowed, fearless, terrified. It was hard to tell which one he was trying to be. As the hours crawled by and the bottles emptied, the room slid from sharp laughter into that loose, syrupy mood that comes when your head is warm and your limbs are heavy. The storm outside had grown worse. The wind hurled itself at the shutters, rattling them in their frames, making the flames in the wall sconces bow and sputter. Every now and then, a gust would find its way down the chimney, sending smoke curling into the room and drawing a chorus of coughs. "Midnight," Camille said, suddenly squinting at his watch, and then at the clock on the mantel, as if he didn't trust either. "It should be midnight, yes." "Near enough," Joseph agreed. "The monk should be up by now. Time for his prayers." All eyes slid back to Anton. His glass was empty. His cheeks were flushed hair, slightly damp at his temples from the heat. He looked tired, drunk, and underneath it, peeking out in the lines at the corners of his mouth, uneasy. "Well," I said before I could stop myself. The alcohol made my voice bolder. "You promised us a story. You can't disappoint your guests now." It was not that I wanted him to do it. At least that's what I tell myself. Some sober part of me was already picturing the dark room upstairs, the old bed, the hooded shape from the story. But there was another part, the part that had been laughing and drinking and feeling invincible inside these thick, warm walls, that wanted to see where this would go. The room picked up my cue. "Yes," Camille said. "Honor the wager." "It's not a wager," Anton said, but he didn't sound as sharp as before. "I didn't agree to anything." "You did," Joseph insisted. "Or you will now. Come, we will be your witnesses. If you survive, we will sing your praises for the rest of our miserable lives. We'll even stop calling you a coward," one cousin added helpfully. Laughter rippled around the table again, looser now, edged with anticipation. I caught Anton looking at the fireplace, then at the ceiling, then at his empty glass. He held it out toward the bottle, and Camille was only too happy to fill it. Anton drank half of it in one go, then set the glass down with a soft, resigned thud. "Fine," he said at last. "We will make an experiment. Yes, for science, for superstition, for your amusement." His tone was flippant. His hands, when he pushed his chair back, were not quite steady. "Bring candles," he said, already reaching for one of the brass candlesticks on the mantel. "The electricity in that part of the house is temperamental at night." Of course it was. We moved from the sitting room in a loose, staggering procession, each of us carrying a candle or a lamp. The sudden drop in temperature when we left the warmth behind hit like a physical thing. My breath turned visible in front of my face, small clouds of white, rising and then vanishing in the dim. The stone floor, under my shoes was brutally cold, the chill seeping up through the soles. Our footsteps echoed along the corridor, the sounds overlapping, slipping ahead of us around corners. The candles threw soft, wavering light that smeared across the old tapestries and the cracked plaster. Shadows of our heads and shoulders stretched and twisted along the walls like a procession of taller, thinner men walking beside us. The main staircase climbed from the center of the hall, a broad flight of stone steps worn smooth in the middle by centuries of feet. As we began to ascend, the wind found a new angle and howled around the outer edges of the castle, making the narrow windows tremble faintly in their frames. "Listen," Joseph said, his voice a little too loud as it bounced off the high ceiling. "He's excited. He knows you're coming." "Shut up," Anton muttered, but there was no heat in it. His candle flame flickered as his hand trembled. I was close enough to see it. My own heart was beating faster than the climb warranted. The higher we went, the thinner the warmth from below felt. There was a faint smell up here that wasn't present in the sitting room. Dust-old linen, the slightly sour tang of air that hasn't been moved in too long. At the top of the stairs, the corridor narrowed. The walls on either side pressed closer, hung with old portraits whose subjects had long since faded into dark, cloudy ovals. The eyes in most of them were little more than black smudges. The floorboards creaked under our combined weight, a different sound than the low, reluctant moan we'd heard in the ceiling earlier, but similar enough that the memory rose in my chest. "Which one is it?" I asked, my voice dropping without me meaning it to. "The last door on the left," Anton said. His words floated back over his shoulder. He was always the one furthest from the others, they say. Easier to hide his sins. We walked past several closed doors, each one similar, heavy wood iron, latch keyhole, dark and empty. They all looked like they could have belonged to monks, or nobles, or anyone really. But the door at the end of the corridor, that one felt different. The wood was older for one thing. The grain stood out more, the panels bowed slightly in the middle, as if the door had been holding its breath for too long. A large iron lock sat below the handle, the metal scarred with age. Cobwebs clung to the corners of the frame, silver in the candlelight. The air in front of it was colder somehow than the air a few steps back, as if there was a draft seeping through from the other side. I could smell dust. Not the gentle, sun-warmed dust of unused attics, but a damp, heavy dust, like old cloth stored in stone, thick stale, clinging to the back of the throat. Underneath it, faint but unmistakable, was the mineral tang of cold stone, and something else, a trace of extinguished smoke like a candle snuffed out a long time ago. "Well," Camille said, but not as loudly as before. "Here we are." No one stepped forward. For a moment, the only sounds were the wind, moving outside the faint drip of melted snow, somewhere in the walls, and our own breathing. The candles guttered and steadied. Shadows quivered over the old wood. Anton cleared his throat. "Gentlemen," he said, and if his voice shook, it was almost hidden under the veneer of sarcasm. "Behold the lair of our pious friend." He fished in his pocket and brought out a key. It was long, old-fashioned, its teeth worn smooth at the edges from generations of use. The metal glinted in the candlelight as he turned it between his fingers, regarded it for a heartbeat, then stepped up to the lock. I was close enough to see that his hand was trembling, just a little. The key scraped against the iron plate before finding the keyhole. He cursed under his breath and tried again, this time more carefully. When the key slid into place, the sound was too loud in the narrow corridor, metal striking metal, then settling with a dull, final little clink. He took a breath, set his jaw, and turned it. The mechanism inside the door protested. There was a harsh, grinding whine, then a deep thunk as the bolt shifted. Dust shook loose from the top of the frame, drifting down in a fine powder that sparkled briefly in the candlelight before settling on Anton's shoulders. "See," he said, forcing a smile. Already blessing me with a shower. The joke fell flat in the tight space. He wrapped his fingers around the handle and pushed. The door resisted for a second, sticking to the frame, then gave way with a sighing groan that sounded uncomfortably like the creak we'd heard earlier, only closer. Cold air rolled out over us. It smelled like dust stone and disuse. The room beyond was dark, but not completely. Our candles cast a dim glow that reached in and sketched out shapes in pale gold. It was at first glance just a bedroom. A large bed stood against the far wall, its wooden posts reaching up into a canopy frame. The fabric that had once covered it hung in long torn shreds, gray with dust, touched by faint spots of mold where damp had found its way in. A blanket lay in a lump near the foot of the bed, stiff and colorless with age. To the right, a wooden chair sat slightly askew, one leg resting on a warped floorboard. On the left, a small table held a cracked ceramic pitcher and a basin, both coated with a thin layer of dust that dulled their edges. Against one wall, a wardrobe loomed, its doors closed, the keyhole dark and empty. There was a mirror mounted above the table, its glass clouded and speckled with black, where the silvering had failed. In its surface, our candle flames floated like distant stars. Our faces were smeared features, indistinct, more suggestion than reflection. No moving shape in a corner, no rope dangling from a beam, no skeletal monk sitting on the bed waiting. Just old furniture, bad air, and the feeling of having opened something that preferred to stay shut. "See," Anton said, turning back to us, his shoulders loosening a fraction now that the first barrier had been breached. Nothing but dust and ugly furniture. The only thing that will murder me in here is the smell. There was a scatter of nervous laughter. Kamal peered around the doorframe, careful not to step inside candle held high. "It's still a damned awful room," he said. "I wouldn't sleep in here for all your money." "You are all very brave, as long as you are standing out in the hall," Anton replied. Some of his usual swagger had returned. The alcohol and the small victory over the door had buoyed him. "But I am a man of my word. You wanted proof, you shall have it." He stepped fully into the room, boots leaving clear prints in the dust on the floor. The boards creaked faintly under his weight. He walked to the bed and patted the mattress through the blanket, sending up a puff of more dust. "I will even take the monk's spot," he said, half turning to flash us a grin. "Perhaps he will be kind and let me borrow his prayers." "Or his rope," Joseph muttered, but quietly. I found myself leaning in one hand on the doorframe, watching Anton move around that room that had been nothing but a story a few hours earlier. He looked smaller in there somehow, as if the proportions were slightly wrong. The ceiling seemed lower, the shadows deeper, the corners farther away than they should have been. "Are you sure about this?" I asked, surprising myself. He glanced at me, candlelight catching in his eyes. For a brief moment, all the jokes, all the pride, all the liquor seemed to thin, and something raw showed through something like fear. "Of course, I'm not sure," he said softly, just loud enough for me to hear. Then he shrugged louder. "But I am more sure. I don't want to listen to you lot call me a coward for the next 10 years. That sounded more like him. He walked back to the door, reached past me, and took the key from the outside of the lock. He held it up between thumb and forefinger, looking at all of us in turn. "Gentlemen," he said, "if you hear any snoring, know that it is only my pious companion upstairs singing me to sleep." "Good night," Anton Camille said. There was a waver in his grin. "Try not to join the clergy," Joseph added. "We'd miss your horrible taste in wine." We offered our last little barbs, as men do when they don't know how to say they are worried. Then Anton stepped back into the room, swung the door gently shut, and we all listened as on the other side of the wood, the key slid into the lock. There was the unmistakable scrape of metal turning, then the heavy final slide of the bolt. He had locked it from the inside. For a moment, we just stood there, in the dim corridor, candles flickering breaths, smoking in the cold air, looking at a closed door that now had our friend alone on the other side. "Well," Kamal said at last, exhaling, "he'll wake up in the morning with a headache and a story, that's all." One by one, we drifted away down the hall, our candle flames bobbing and shrinking as we turned corners and disappeared into our own rooms. Doors closed. Beds creaked. The castle settled around us, its old stones pressing in the storm, outside clawing at the roof. I don't know what time it was when the scream tore me out of sleep. All I know is that it was dark, blind, dark, the candle at my bedside, long dead and cold, the kind of cold that stiffens your fingers even under blankets. I was lying on my side, half dreaming, when a sound ripped through the castle, through my chest, through every bone I had. It wasn't the shout of a drunk man surprised in his sleep. It wasn't the playful, exaggerated shriek of someone playing a joke. It was a high, ragged animal cry, raw with panic. It sounded like it had been dragged out of a throat by force. It came from the corridor, from above, from the direction of the monk's room. For half a heartbeat, the castle held its breath. Then I was on my feet, heart pounding against my ribs, fumbling for the door. Out in the hallway, other doors banged open. Bare feet slapped on cold stone. Someone cursed. Someone else called Anton's name. We ran half-dressed candles, hastily lit with shaking hands, their flames stuttering as we surged down the narrow corridor toward that last door on the left. The castle amplified everything, the rush of our footsteps, the ragged drag of our breathing, the frantic pounding on wood when Camille reached the door and slammed his fists against it. "Anton!" he shouted. Anton opened the door. There was no answer from the other side, just our own voices echoing back at us thin and hollow, and the memory of that scream still hanging in the stone, like something that didn't quite know how to die. Panic has a sound. It isn't just screaming. It's the way silence changes shape afterward. For a moment, after Anton's scream tore through the castle, there was nothing. No wind, no fire, no creak of wood, just the echo of that single shredded cry hanging in the stone, like a note played too hard on a violin string. I lay there in the dark heart, punching my ribs, not entirely sure if I'd dreamed it. Then another door flew open, somewhere down the corridor, crashing against the wall, and the spell snapped. I fumbled for the matches on the table beside my bed, my fingers clumsy with cold and fear. One snapped uselessly, the sulfur smell knifing the air. The second flared blinding in the black. I lit the candle with hands that didn't feel like my own and yanked the door open. The hallway outside was a smear of shifting light and shadow. Joseph was already there, barefoot in his shirt and trousers hair, sticking up like he'd tried to claw it off in his sleep. He had a candle in one hand and nothing in the other. his knuckles white around the brass. "You heard it too," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded thin in the long corridor. Doors slammed open, up and down the hall, camel one, cousin another. Faces appeared pale and unfocused eyes wide in the candlelight. Someone cursed in Polish. Someone else crossed themselves so fast they almost dropped their light. For a second, no one moved. We all stood there barefoot on cold wood, clutching useless little flames in the dark, as if there were any doubt about what we were supposed to do. Then the second sound came. Not another scream, nothing so direct. Just a thump, muffled and heavy from the direction of the monk's room. It was thick final, the kind of dull impact that makes your stomach drop without knowing why. Anton Camel breathed, and then we were running. The corridor seemed longer than it had been before. Our footsteps pounded on the boards, throwing echoes ahead of us that made it sound like someone else was running toward us from the other end. Candle flames jerked wildly, scattering light and shadow up the walls, across the blind faces in the portraits. The wind howled outside, hurling sleet or snow at the narrow windows, the glass rattling in its leaded frames. We reached the last door on the left, in a mess of overlapping bodies and breath. For a moment, we clogged the narrow space, shoving and shifting, until Camel wound up directly in front of the door, one shoulder-braced candle held high. The door looked exactly as it had when we'd left it, old wood iron lock keyhole dark. If you'd walked up then with no context, you'd think it was just another unused room. Kamal slammed his palm flat against it. "Anton!" he shouted. Anton opened the door. The sound boomed down the corridor, bounced back at us, came again in a softer echo that made it sound like someone else was calling from further away. Nothing from the other side. He tried the handle. The iron latch jiggled uselessly under his hand, stopping almost immediately with a solid resistance. He rattled it harder, shoulders hunching. He locked it. He hissed. "It's locked." Of course it was. We had all heard the key turn. We had stood in this exact spot and listened to the bolt slide home from the inside. That had been proof of his courage, his stubbornness, our entertainment. Now it felt like a wall we'd helped build. Joseph stepped up beside Camille, pressing his ear to the wood candle angled away to keep from singeing his hair. His breath fogged in front of his face, curling along the door. "Anton," he called again, quieter. "Can you hear us?" The only answer was the wind fretting at the edges of the shutters down the hall, and somewhere far below the faint hollow boom of the deeper parts of the castle absorbing the storm. "I don't like this," one of the cousins muttered behind me. The flame of his candle shook visibly. "He's playing a joke. Has to be. He'll throw the door open and scare us." That scream. That was not a joke, I snapped. My own voice shocked me with its sharpness. "You heard it?" We all had. You don't mistake that kind of terror. Camel pulled his ear away from the door, the color draining from his face. "No sound," he said. "Nothing." "Can we pick the lock?" I asked, already knowing how stupid it was. This wasn't some flimsy interior latch. It was iron old, built to keep men out or in. With what Joseph snapped. He rounded on me, eyes wild. A toothpick. There was a beat where no one spoke, the candles hissing softly as they ate their thin columns of wax. The door loomed mute and stubborn. Anton's last shouted bravado still hanging in my head like an accusation. "We break it," Camel said suddenly. "Break it," one cousin repeated aghast. "Do you have any idea how old? Do you have any idea how dead he might be?" Camel shot back. The anger in his voice wasn't aimed at any of us. It was fear looking for somewhere to go. "We can fix a door. We can't fix a neck if he..." He cut himself off. That word hung in the air unfinished. Joseph swallowed, turning to me, as if I might have a better idea, something civilized that didn't involve splintering antique wood and admitting that we were afraid. I had nothing. Move, Camille said. He handed his candle to me and stepped back a pace, rolling his shoulders like a man about to take a punch. The corridor seemed to narrow around him. The portraits watched without eyes. The wind moaned along the outer wall, a low, endless note. He lunged forward and slammed his shoulder into the door just below the latch. The impact shook the frame. The sound it made was jarringly loud, a flat, heavy thud that shuddered down the corridor and into my chest. Dust rained down from the seam between wall and ceiling in a faint, chalky cloud. The flame of my candle jumped, guttered, then licked itself back up. The iron sconces on the walls trembled. The little tongues of fire inside them danced frantically for a moment before finding their shape again. The door did not open. Somewhere behind us, one of the cousins whispered a curse. Someone else murmured a quick prayer under their breath. Camille stepped back, teeth bared, rubbing his shoulder. Old bastard, he muttered to the door itself. Again. This time, Joseph joined him. He passed his candle to the cousin behind him and planted his hands on the wood beside the latch, feet braced. On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. They threw themselves forward together, 2 grown men with all their weight behind them. The sound was even worse this time, a deep, resonant thud, followed by a creak. Somewhere inside the wood, a reluctant groan, like a living thing being bent against its will. More dust drifted down, catching in the candlelight, turning the air in front of us into a pale, swirling haze. I could feel it in my teeth. Down the hall, a flame in one of the wall sconces went out entirely, snuffed by the tiny shockwave of disturbed air. The corridor on that side sank into deeper shadow. Again, Camille gasped, stepping back, his breath coming hard. We found ourselves chanting the count with them, this time 1, 2, 3, as if the numbers themselves bore weight. With each impact, the castle seemed to answer, sending the force of their blows skittering through its oldest bones. Floorboards rattled under my feet. The nearest portrait frame skewed slightly, hanging crooked on its nail. The door stubborn held, but the sound of each hit changed increment by increment. The first few were almost clean, like striking something solid. Then a faint cracking joined the thud, a dry, splintering note from the hinges or the frame. Listen, Joseph panted, pressing one ear to the wood between attempts. The bolt is giving. What if he's against it? The cousin with my candle blurted, horror creeping into his voice. What if he's on the floor and then we get to him faster, I snapped. My hand was shaking so badly, the candle flame was stitching frantic patterns on the ceiling. We lined up again, this time with one of the cousins squeezing in beside them, the 3 men, shoulder to shoulder, across the middle of the door, backs hunched like bulls about to charge. On 3, Joseph said again, but his voice was hoarse. 1, 2, 3. The impact was monstrous. The whole corridor seemed to jump. A sharp, splintering crack tore through the air as one of the hinges finally complained in earnest. The top of the door jerked inward a fraction, leaving a thin, dark line of separation between it and the frame. Cold air oozed out through that gap, sliding along the floor. It smelled wrong. Not like dust and old air anymore, but something flatter, emptier. The kind of cold you feel in cellars and graveyards. Camille stepped back, breathing hard sweat and candle smoke beating at his hairline despite the chill. Almost, he said, It sounded like a promise and a plea. The wind outside gusted at that exact moment, slamming itself against the outer wall. The castle answered with a low, rolling groan. Again, Joseph whispered. They didn't even bother counting this time. All three threw themselves at the door, with a kind of desperate, reckless abandon, as if they had to break it before something in the silence behind it made a decision. The impact hit like a hammer. The top hinge tore free with a shriek of metal. The wood around the bottom one split a jagged crack, racing up from the floor like lightning frozen in plank. The entire door bowed inward under their combined weight, then gave up. For a heartbeat, time slowed. The door hung crooked, supported only by the lock and the last shreds of wood around the lower hinge swinging inward a few inches. Through the narrow gap, I saw only darkness, a thick, velvety absence of light that seemed to swallow the sickly glow from our candles. Then the torn wood gave way. With a final splintering crack, the hinge ripped loose, the lock tore at the frame, and the door crashed inward, slamming against the floorboards with a hollow booming whump that rattled the glass in the nearest window and sent a gust of cold, stale air billowing out into the corridor. My candle guttered wildly, and the shock of wind went almost sideways, then clawed its way back to life, shrinking for a moment before flaring up higher than before. The doorway yawned open in front of us, a dark mouth at the end of a tunnel of flickering light. The room beyond weighted the shadows inside, deep and tangled the air that poured out of it, thick with a chill that had nothing to do with the storm outside. For a long, breathless second, none of us moved. We just stood there in the half-light hearts pounding, staring into the room where Anton Holberg had gone, to prove there was no such thing as a ghost. We crossed the threshold like people stepping off the edge of a map. Kamal was the first one into the room. His candle threw a wild, jerking cone of light ahead of him, smearing the shadows along the walls. I followed close behind, with Joseph at my shoulder, the others bunching in the doorway, our breath making the cold air puff and swirl. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not yet, not that fast. It was more subtle than that extinguished candle wax old dust kicked up from the floor, the faint sour edge of sweat that hadn't had time to cool. Underneath it all, something metallic and thin that made the back of my tongue taste like coins. The bed was straight ahead, exactly where we had left it. The shredded canopy hung in loose gray tatters. The blanket lay in a rough heap near the foot, like someone had kicked it down in their sleep. And on the bare mattress, propped slightly by the uneven stuffing, lay Anton. He was on his back arms, at his sides, fingers slightly curled. For a heartbeat, some part of me tried to insist that he was just sleeping strangely, that he'd wake up any second and curse us for breaking his door. But then my eyes adjusted to the light, and I saw his face. His eyes were open. Not wide, not bulging, just open, staring up at the cracked ceiling, as if he'd been interrupted in the middle of a thought and never got back to it. The pupils were fixed dark, swallowing what little light reached them. His mouth was slightly parted, lips pale. His skin, always pale in life, had taken on a waxy still quality that made him look like a badly painted portrait of himself. Anton Kemmel whispered. It sounded wrong in the cold. He didn't move. I stepped closer, my candle trembling enough that melted wax sloshed over my fingers. The heat was sharp, almost welcome against the numbness creeping up my hands. Joseph came up on the other side of the bed, his face gone tight and narrow. There were no overturned chairs, no broken furniture, no sign that anyone had struggled in this room. The chair was still where it had been, one leg on the warped board. The pitcher and basin on the small table were undisturbed under their film of dust. The wardrobe stood closed as if no one had touched it in years. The mirror showed our shadows bending over the bed like black stains on cloudy glass. No signs of a fight, no marks on his hands, no bruises on his face. It was his neck that stopped us. At first, in the flicker of candlelight, I thought it was a trick of shadow. The way the light sliced across his throat broke on the curve of jaw and collarbone. Then Joseph leaned in a little, angling his candle down, and the mark revealed itself. A single thin red line encircled Anton's neck. It wasn't thick or ragged like rope burns I'd seen on workers snagged by equipment. It was too clean, too even. A narrow band that ran all the way around, just above the collar of his nightshirt, slightly deeper under his left ear, as if something had bitten in a little more there. The skin around it was unbroken, no blood, no tearing. Just that line, as if someone had drawn it carefully with the edge of a dull blade and then pressed down slowly until the world went dark. "God," Joseph murmured. His voice came out flat. "Do you see?" "Yes," I said. My own voice barely made it past my teeth. "I see it." Kamal swallowed hard. Maybe he used something," he said. "A belt, a rope. He could have." We all glanced around at the room. The bedposts were bare. No rope, no belt hanging, no marks on the wood where something had been tied. The chair was empty. Under the bed, the dust lay undisturbed, thick enough that even a mouse trail would have shown. Joseph went to the window. It was closed, the shutters drawn tight on the other side. The latch was still engaged, the iron cold and stiff under his fingers as he tested it. No scuffs on the sill, no mud, no footprints, no disturbed dust, no sign of anyone climbing in or out. "The door was locked," I said, hearing my own voice, as if from the other end of the room. We all heard him lock it. We broke it down. No one left. "Stop," one of the cousins said, from the foot of the bed, his voice shaking. "Just stop. Don't say these things." He looked like a child then, despite the stubble and the dark smudges under his eyes. The candle in his hand tilted. Wax ran down over his knuckles. He didn't seem to feel it. Someone went to fetch the servants. Someone else went to wake the steward who managed the house. The next few minutes blur for me, voices rising and falling, footsteps pounding away, and back candles coming and going like will-o'-the-wisps in the drafty corridor. What I remember clearly is the way the oldest maid reacted when she saw Anton. She had worked in that house since before Anton's father's time. Thin, stooped her hair, pulled back in a tight knot streaked with white. She stepped past us without a word, her skirts whispering over the floor, and came to stand at the side of the bed. Her eyes took in the scene in one long practice sweep. The open eyes, the still chest, the hands, the mark on the neck. Her lined face went even paler. For a heartbeat, her lips moved soundlessly, forming a word without breath. Then she made the sign of the cross 3 times fast and tight, her fingers trembling. "Monk," she whispered in Polish. The words slid into the air between us like a knife. "Menik." We all heard it. No one answered. By the time the doctor arrived from the village the next day, the room had changed again. They had covered Anton's body with a sheet, carefully, as if he could still feel the weight of it. The broken door had been propped back into its frame as best as possible, a makeshift fix to keep the draft out and the servants' fear in. We stood outside in the corridor, bleary and hungover, with grief and shock, while the doctor and the steward and one of the older men from the village went in. The hours between the scream and the doctor's arrival were a slow, sick blur of formalities. Someone had had to send riders into the storm at dawn to fetch him. Someone had had to wire Anton's relatives. There had been whiskey poured into coffee, and coffee poured into men who couldn't keep whiskey down. The castle, which had seemed loud and alive the night before, now felt like a shell, all sound, no warmth. Every voice was muffled. Every footstep echoed. When the doctor finally came out of the monk's room, his face was creased and tired. He rubbed at his eyes with the heel of his hand, leaving a smudge of something dust or soot on his cheek. "Well?" Joseph asked. His voice cracked in the middle. The doctor hesitated, looking from one of us to the other. "There is no sign of struggle," he said carefully. His accent made the words roll strangely, but the meaning was clear. No bruising on the body, no broken bones. The heart. He shrugged a small, defeated movement. It stopped, perhaps in sleep. "What about his neck?" I asked. A muscle in the doctor's jaw jumped. For a second, something like irritation or unease flickered through his eyes. "There is a mark," he said. "A superficial one. Could be from a collar, a crease in the skin, even the way he lay. It did not break the skin. There is no damage underneath that would account by itself for death." "You think he strangled?" Kamal demanded. "He looks," I think the doctor snapped, then caught himself exhaling slowly that the heart stopped. Perhaps from an abnormal rhythm. Perhaps from a defect. Perhaps from fright. These things happen. He was young, yes, but not invincible. He avoided looking at the door as he spoke. He avoided looking at the servants, too, who were huddled a short distance away, whispering in low voices. What about a rope I pushed? Or a belt? Anything that could have caused that line. He shook his head once sharply. "There was no rope in that room," he said. "No belt tied. No ligature present. I will note the mark in my report. The official cause will be heart failure, and the unofficial cause, I asked." That earned me a ghost of a smile, humorless and quick. "The unofficial cause," he said, "is that this house is very old, and people here like their stories. But stories do not go on the death certificate." Behind us, the maid crossed herself again. She had been doing that on and off since dawn, as if she could keep something out or in by sheer repetition. I heard her murmur the word again under her breath, the same one she'd spoken when she first saw Anton on the bed. "Monique," she whispered. "Monk." The funeral was small, considering the size of the man and the castle he left behind. The storm had broken by then, leaving the world outside washed and brittle the snow, a blinding sheet under a sky the color of tin. We buried him in the family plot behind the chapel under a stone that bore his name and dates and little else. There were speeches, some sincere, some stiff. His relatives cried in the polite way of people who had known him mostly at holidays. We, his friends, stood in a tight knot, the cold seeping up through our boots and into our bones, each of us seeing, not the coffin lowering into the ground, but the bed upstairs, the open eyes, the red line. Afterward, the castle emptied like water down a drain. The cousins left first, their car wheels spinning briefly in the slush before catching. Joseph followed a day later, claiming business in the city he had suddenly remembered. Kamal stayed one more night sitting with me in the sitting room that had been so loud before and was now unnervingly quiet. We drank in near silence, the gramophone still, and boxed the fire smaller, struggling in the wide mouth of the hearth. Every now and then, a gust of wind would slide down the chimney, and the fire would hiss. The sound echoed up the flue, and through the stone, a low, hollow noise that sounded disturbingly like someone exhaling in pain. We didn't sleep much. When we did, it was the thin, brittle kind of sleep that shatters at any sound. The castle seemed to know Anton was gone. The walls had stopped pretending to be just walls. On my last day, there I walked the upper corridor alone. The door to the monk's room had been repaired just enough to close. Fresh wood showed pale where the hinges had been reset. A strip of wax seal, the kind used for letters and official documents, had been pressed over the crack where door met frame. The steward had insisted on it for now, he said, until the family decides. Someone had tied a small string of wooden rosary beads around the latch. They clicked softly when the draft moved them. I stood there, candle in hand, though it was broad daylight, listening to the beads tap and the wind murmur along the stone. Behind that door, I knew the bed was stripped, the sheets and blankets burned, the mattress hauled out and soaked and hauled out again. The room was empty of everything that could be removed, everything except perhaps the story. I reached out once without thinking and laid my fingers against the wood. It was cold, hard, utterly ordinary to the touch. And yet, as I turned away, I could have sworn I heard a faint familiar sound, not loud, not clear, just a suggestion of a noise remembered rather than heard. The slow, steady creak of weight on ancient floorboards. For the first time since the night of the scream, I wondered whether Anton had heard it too, alone in that room, with the door locked, and the wind, and his pride, and a story about a hooded man who liked to pray in a way that left marks. When I left the castle for the last time, the front gates groaned open, and then closed behind me with the heavy finality of a book being shut. The monk's room stayed sealed after that. They say no one has slept there since. I told myself I left the castle behind the day the gates closed behind my car and the road dipped back down into the forest. Life has a way of encouraging that kind of lie. Years passed. Nations shifted. I moved west, then farther west, until the old place in Poland was just something I mentioned in bars when people were trying to impress each other with stories about traveling in Europe. I got older. My work changed. The circles I moved in stopped including men who owned castles and started including men who owned office parks. But there are certain kinds of nights that pull old memories out of their corners, no matter how far you've gone. For me, it's any night I sleep in a room with a lock that I can see. Not just the simple latch that comes with every interior door, but the heavy deadbolt, the metal chain, the hotel bar, the things we slide into place to reassure ourselves that nothing can come in while we are asleep. Every time I turn a deadbolt, I remember the sound of Anton's key turning in that old lock, the scrape of the bolt sliding home from the inside. Every time I hook a chain across a cheap American hotel door, I see that thin red line around his throat. The night I stopped calling it coincidence was an ordinary one in every other way. I was in a mid-range chain hotel off the side of a freeway, somewhere in the American Midwest. The kind of place that exists mostly to catch people who are too tired to drive any farther. I'd been on the road all day for work, visiting clients whose names I can't remember, now squinting at spreadsheets in fluorescent-lit conference rooms. By the time I checked in, the sky outside was a bruise fading into black, and the parking lot was a scattered constellation of headlights and sodium orange lamps. The room was exactly like 1,000 other rooms I've stayed in. A queen-sized bed with a stiff, patterned bedspread in some anonymous shade of brown. 2 pillows stacked neatly. A nightstand with a lamp bolted to it, throwing a pool of tired yellow light onto the faux wood surface. An air conditioning unit under the window, humming and rattling in that steady mechanical way that never quite becomes background noise. Beige curtains drawn against the glass, leaking a faint orange glow from the parking lot. The television sat dark on a low dresser, its flat black screen reflecting the lamp and the vague outline of the bed. Above the headboard, a framed print of something harmless, trees maybe, or a sailboat hung perfectly centered, as anonymous as the carpeting. I went through the familiar ritual almost without thinking. Bag down, shoes off, phone plugged in. I locked the door, turned the deadbolt, and slid the little security bar across, listening to the tiny metallic scrape of it finding its groove. Habit, comfort. I showered the water, alternating between too hot and just shy of warm, then lay down on the bed in my t-shirt and shorts, one arm flung over my eyes for a while as I listened to the sounds of the freeway. That's another thing about American hotels near highways, they never fully quiet down. Even late at night, there's always the distant hiss of tires on asphalt, the intermittent growl of a truck downshifting, the faint far-off wail of a siren that never seems to get closer. Inside the room, the air conditioner filled the silence with its low, continuous roar, punctuated every few minutes by a deeper juddering cough as the compressor kicked in. Somewhere in the wall, pipes ticked as other guests turned their own showers on and off. I remember thinking briefly that the sound of the AC wasn't that different from the wind in the castle chimneys, that same sense of something moving just out of sight, just out of reach. Then I rolled onto my side, turned off the lamp, and let the room go dark. I must have fallen asleep quickly. When I woke up, it felt like something had gone wrong in the world. Not catastrophically wrong, no alarms blaring, no pounding on the door. Just wrong in that subtle primal way that makes your body react before your mind catches up. My heart was racing, my skin clammy, and my first conscious thought was not, "Where am I?" but "I can't breathe." There was a weight around my neck. Not heavy exactly, more like pressure. A band of cold tightness just above my collarbones, as if someone had draped a wet cord there and was slowly, gently pulling it taut. My breathing, which had been deep and slow in sleep, hitched. The next inhale was thinner than it should have been. For a few seconds, I lay perfectly still, eyes wide in the dark, staring up at where the ceiling should be. The glow from the parking lot seeped in around the edges of the curtains, just enough to turn the blackness into a dim, grainy gray. I couldn't see anything above me. There was nothing there but the faint outline of the sprinkler head, the smoke detector's small, unblinking red light, the shadowy rectangle where the ugly artwork hung. No figure leaning over the bed, no silhouette against the ceiling. Just the hum of the air conditioner, the whisper of cars outside, and that cold band around my neck tightening. My mind treacherously supplied an image anyway. Anton on the bed in the monk's room, eyes open, that narrow red line circling his throat. The old maid's voice, a whisper in Polish Minich. The monk. Something overhead made a sound. It was barely audible over the AC, but it was there, a faint high creak, like a rope under tension. Not the loud crack of boards settling, not the metallic ping of the sprinkler expanding in the heat. A slow, fibrous complaint, as if a line were being drawn across wood grain finding its old groove. It came from directly above the bed, from the ceiling. My rational mind clawed for explanations, even as my pulse hammered in my throat. The building shifting. Someone walking in the room above me. A vent expanding. Old pipes. Any of the million tiny noises buildings make all the time. But I've spent nights in a real haunted room, whether or not anyone writes it down that way. I've heard the difference between a house stretching its bones and something else moving through it. This sounded like the latter. The pressure around my neck spiked just for a moment. My next breath came in a panicked, shallow gasp. The room tilted the edges of my vision, fuzzing with static. I didn't feel hands. I didn't feel rope. I felt the absence of air. That was enough. My hand shot out toward the nightstand, fumbling for the lamp switch. My fingers knocked my phone off. First it hit the floor with a dull thunk, but I found the plastic switch on the second try and snapped it down. Light flooded the room, harsh and yellow. The AC churned on undisturbed. The TV sat blank. The curtains hung as they had before, unmoving. The sprinkler glinted innocently in the ceiling. The red light on the smoke detector blinked its slow, dull rhythm. The framed picture above the headboard stared back with its meaningless trees or sailboat. The pressure around my neck loosened like a hand withdrawing. I drew in a long, ragged breath, then another. My skin prickled. My fingers went to my throat. I told myself, as they brushed the skin just above my collarbones, that I was going to feel nothing. That I'd find only warmth, maybe a damp line of cold sweat where the nightmare had settled. That this was all in my head. A bad dream shaken loose by the hum of the highway and the whine of overworked compressors. Instead, my fingertips found a ridge. It was faint, not raised, like a welt, not swollen, but there. A narrow band of heat, a tender line encircling my neck in a perfect mocking ring. When I pressed gently, it stung the way skin does after you've had a tight collar on too long, or after something narrow has rubbed against it. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and lurched into the bathroom. The light in there was even harsher, the mirror above the sink brutal in its honesty. For a second, I almost didn't want to look. But I did. The man in the mirror was older than the boy who had watched Anton dye lines around the eyes and mouth gray at the temples, a heaviness in the shoulders that hadn't been there before. But under his jaw, just above where his pulse beat visibly, was a thin red line. It wasn't as dark or as deep as Anton's had been. It didn't cut into the flesh, but it ran almost all the way around, fading slightly at the back, where my hairline began deepening just a fraction under my left ear. A narrow, irritated groove, as if something had been there and then removed in a hurry. I stood there for a long time, gripping the edge of the sink, watching the pulse jump under that line. The air conditioner hummed in the other room. A truck growled past on the freeway. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed softly. I checked the room the way you'd check a crime scene. The window latch was still set, the glass cool under my palm. Curtains undisturbed, no scuff marks on the sill. The closet was empty, except for the usual spare pillow and hangers. Under the bed dust and a forgotten bottle cap. No ropes, no cords. The door was the worst. The metal security bar was still hooked firmly in its bracket. The chain this hotel had both for some reason was still latched across. The deadbolt was still turned all the way to the right, the heavy cylinder engaged with the frame. I put my hand on it just to be sure, and felt the solid resistance of locked metal. Whatever had happened, it had happened in a room no one could have entered without waking me or leaving a trace. The lock hadn't turned. The chain hadn't rattled. The bar hadn't budged. I stood there for a long time, my hand on the cool metal of the deadbolt, feeling the faint soreness in my neck, and listening to the blood move through a body that suddenly felt much more fragile than it had a few hours earlier. In the morning, the line had faded, the way a bruise fades from purple to yellow to memory. By the time I checked out, it was barely visible. If I mentioned it to anyone, and I never did, it would have sounded like nothing. A rash, an imprint from a twisted sheet, a bad dream. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe the sound I heard was the building settling the pressure on my neck, an awkward angle, the mark, a coincidence amplified by a tired mind full of old ghosts. Maybe. But here's the thing. If you've ever stood at the foot of a bed and looked down at the body of a friend whose neck bears a mark from a rope that isn't there, in a room that no one could have entered or left, you stop using the word coincidence quite so comfortably. If you've never lived in a town that sits right beside a railway line, you might not understand how much your days begin to move to the rhythm of trains. In Blackwood, they were the one thing you could almost set your heart by. Morning goods. Train at 7:20, the men going down to the pits half an hour after. Midday passenger service, bringing back the odd visitor with their neat suitcase and surprised look at how small our station is. Evening trains, a little more tired-sounding iron and steam pulling home everyone who'd gone to Newport or Cardiff to work or shop. By the time I tell you about, I'd been listening to those trains for years. I could tell lying in bed with my eyes shut, whether it was the slow, labored freight coming up the grade or the lighter passenger carriage slipping through the valley. The sound of them had woven itself into my life so closely that when one didn't sound right, my whole body seemed to notice before my mind did. My name is Bess Hughes, and in the winter of 1907, I was 26 and married to a man who was never late. Sam wasn't one of the men going down into the dark every morning, like most of the husbands and sons on our street. His work was strange to some of the neighbors, a salt merchant, a man who traveled. He'd grown up here, same as me, but his job took him back and forth to Newport most Saturdays, riding the first train, down with a satchel full of papers and receipts, and coming home on the last train up with the salt orders sorted and his shoulders drooping with the kind of tired that only settles on you after a long day of talking and counting and smiling. He never complained, not properly. Every Friday night, as he polished his boots and folded his papers into his satchel at the little kitchen table, he'd kiss my cheek and say, "It's not coal dust, Bess." I can't grumble, but I saw the lines deepening at the corners of his eyes, the way he rubbed the bridge of his nose when he came in, the way he sat too long in the chair by the fire, staring at nothing while his tea went cold. We had a small house, like most in Blackwood. 2 rooms downstairs, kitchen in the back front room, hardly used, except on Sundays or when someone died and people came to offer their sympathies. 2 bedrooms upstairs with sloping ceilings and windows that sweated with damp in the winters. The house backed onto a narrow lane that led down toward the tracks, and if you opened the back door at the right time of evening, you could see the faint glow of the station lamps through the mist, hear the clank of couplings and the low murmur of voices carrying up the hill. It wasn't much, but it was ours. And when you grow up in a town where most of what you have could be taken away by an accident underground, the word ours starts to mean more than you think. The night I'm talking about was a Saturday in January. I remember the date now because the policeman said it later Sunday the 20th. At the time, it was just this Saturday, the one that started like so many others with Sam, up before dawn, washing in cold water, that made his teeth click, kissing my forehead. while I was still half asleep under the blankets. "I'll be back before you know it," he'd said, his breath puffing in the chilly air between us. "Put the kettle on at 10. I'll try not to miss the last train." He always said that too as a joke. The last train. As if there might be some night when he wouldn't make it, and I'd go on putting the kettle on until the water boiled away. That day passed slow and ordinary. I scrubbed shirts in the tin tub, hung them close to the fire so they'd dry in the humid warmth. I swept coal dust off the floor by the door. I went out for bread, nodding to Mrs. Evans from 3 houses down as she pegged her own, washing out, with fingers red from the cold. The air held that particular smell I'd grown up with and never quite stopped noticing coal smoke from a dozen chimneys, wet earth from the slag heaps at the edge of town, and always that dampness that seemed to creep in from the valley and settle in your bones. By late afternoon, the fog had thickened. It came up from the river and down from the hills all at once, turning the street lamps into small blurred halos when they flickered on. The sound of the trains grew fuzzy too, like someone had wrapped the world in cotton wool. Sam should have been home by evening. Sometimes the business in Newport kept him longer, and I told myself not to fuss when the clock in the kitchen chimed 8 and then 9, and his boots still hadn't sounded on the path. He'd miss one connection and catch the next. There was always another train. Even so, I lit the lamp in the front room and left the curtains half drawn so anyone coming up the street could see there was someone waiting inside. In the kitchen, I put the kettle on the hob, the metal lip of it catching the firelight. The smell of gas and hot iron rose with the steam. Our kitchen was small but familiar in the way a worn coat is familiar. The same faded oilcloth on the table patterned with little flowers whose colors had long since been eaten by time. The same shelf with the chipped blue cups, the sugar in its tin, the tea caddy with its lid that didn't quite sit right. The same pendulum clock on the wall, ticking out the seconds in a steady, indifferent rhythm. Tick, tick, tick. After 9 o'clock, every tick felt a little louder. The wind had picked up by then, squeezing itself through the gap under the back door, making the flame under the kettle lean and dance. Now and then, a proper gust would come, and the whole house would sigh, settling in its foundations as if bracing itself. The damp on the window panes gathered, then ran in slow lines, catching the light from the lamp in thin, trembling streaks. I sat at the table, with my hands wrapped around an empty cup, listening. Sometimes, if the night was very still, you could hear the trains as more than just a distant rumble. There was the shrill, lonely call of the whistle, then the clatter of wheels on rails, then a long, low sigh as they drew into the station a quarter-mile away. I'd grown so used to those sounds that I'd built little maps of Sam's journeys in my mind, piecing them together in the silence of our kitchen. Now, he'll be stepping onto the platform at Newport, I'd think in the mornings, wiping my hands on my apron while the first train faded. Now, he'll be buying his paper. Now, he'll be counting coins. That night, after 9, those little maps started to feel like brittle things. I heard one train go by distant and half smothered by the fog. Then another closer, the whistle shorter, sharper. The clock in the kitchen said it was nearly 9:30. He should have been home. I got up more to stop my legs from starting to shake than because there was anything that needed doing, and moved around the kitchen, putting my hand to familiar things. Straightening the tea towel, adjusting the lamp, lifting the kettle to see how much water had boiled away, as if that would tell me how overdue he was. Through the small pane of the back door, I could see the faint smear of light from the station lamps down the hill, just a suggestion of brightness in the fog. The rest of the town was already pulling itself in for the night. The houses along our street had gone mostly dark, save for the occasional thin line of yellow slipping out under a curtain. Families in their front rooms, men in their chairs, wives darning socks or packing lunches for Sunday. Blackwood always quieted early on Saturdays. The week's work sat heavy on everybody. I went into the front room once, just to stand by the window and look up the road. The street lamps out there were weaker than the one in our kitchen, throwing little puddles of light onto the wet cobbles. No one walked them now. The last of the children had been called in hours before, and the men who stayed at the pub past closing knew to stumble home quick and quiet. No one liked the sound of shouting outdoors after midnight. I checked the clock on the mantel in there, even though it chimed the same hour as the one in the kitchen. Something about seeing the hands in a different room made me hope they'd tell a different time. They didn't. 10 o'clock came and went. The kettle whistled sharp and urgent and then subsided when I took it off the heat. I made tea for one, then poured half of it down the sink when it went cold on the table. The ticking of the clock, the hum of the gas, the occasional little cracking sound as the coal in the grate shifted all layered together into a soundscape I knew too well. My worry grew in small steps, not all at once. First, a faint tightening behind the ribs, then a habit of listening between sounds, straining to catch the next whistle, the next clatter, as if I could will a train into existence with wanting. Sam has been delayed, I told myself. He's missed one connection and caught another. He's fallen asleep on the train and will wake up at the last minute, laughing at himself, telling me about it while he takes his boots off by the fire. He had done that once, months before. Fallen asleep and nearly missed his stop. He'd told the story 3 times. At our table, each version grander than the last, both of us laughing at the idea of Blackwood sliding by without him while he snored in the carriage. Heaven help you if you ever really do miss it, I had said, then still laughing. I'll have half the town out looking. Now that memory sat in my chest like a cold stone. By 11, the house felt too small for my worry. I left the front room lamp burning low and went back to the kitchen, wrapping my shawl tighter around my shoulders. The fog pressed itself against the windows, turning them into blank pale rectangles. Somewhere outside, a dog barked once and was quiet. I sat again. I got up again. I went to the back door, opened it a crack despite the cold, and leaned out. The night air rushed in damp and heavy smelling of coal smoke and wet earth, and something metallic I could never quite place, but always associated with the tracks. Far off, hidden in the mist, I heard another train. The rumble of it came up through the ground and into my feet. The whistle blew short and sharp. The last train, I thought my fingers tightening on the doorframe. That will be his. I stood there until the sound had long faded, until the cold had worked its way into my fingers and up my arms, and then I closed the door and went back inside. The clock in the kitchen said it was nearly midnight. He wasn't home. The thing about worry is that at a certain hour, it stops being practical and becomes something else. I couldn't go down to the station in the dark, not alone, not with the fog like that. There was no one to telephone, no one to send. I knew, because Sam had told me that there were trains later than usual on some nights that services could be delayed. So I did the only thing left to do. I waited. I sat at the kitchen table in the narrow arc of yellow light from the lamp, listening to the clock chew through minutes, feeling the house settle deeper and deeper into the winter night. Every creak of the floorboards upstairs, every small sigh from the chimney, every faint noise from the street outside made me lift my head and hold my breath, hoping for the familiar sound of his step on the path. It didn't come. By 1 a.m, I was tired in the way that makes your bones ache, but there was no question of lying down. The very idea of going up to bed while he was out there somewhere on a train at a station walking home felt wrong, like turning your back on someone mid-conversation. I boiled the kettle again, just to have something to do, the whistle cutting through the heavy quiet like a small alarm. I poured the water into the basin and washed the same cup I'd already washed twice. Steam rose and wrapped around my hands when the clock's hands crept past 1:30 and then towards 2. The familiar sounds of the town seemed to thin. The world outside the kitchen walls went still in a different way, a deeper one. Even the distant murmur of the trains fell away, leaving only the low hum of the gas and the rhythmic tick of the pendulum. Tick, tick, tick. It was there alone in that cramped yellow-lit kitchen, with the fog pressed against the windows, and the sense that the rest of Blackwood had sunk into a deeper sleep, that the first sliver of something colder than worry slid through me. Not fear, not yet, but the feeling you get when you're sure you've misplaced something important and can't quite remember when you last had it in your hand. I wrapped my shawl tighter, listened harder, and waited for my husband to come home. Sometime around 3 a.m, the night changed. I didn't know the exact time then, of course. Later, the constable would tell me what the station master said, what the other men pieced together. But in that moment, alone in the kitchen, with the lamplight gone weak, and my eyes stinging from staying open too long, I only knew that the clock had swung past since. The flame in the lamp had shrunk, burning low and blue around the wick. The kitchen had taken on that hollow quality rooms get in the small hours when they feel less like places you live and more like sets waiting for their actors to come back. The corners seemed darker, farther away. The ticking of the pendulum had grown loud enough that I could feel it in the bones of my face. Tick, tick, tick. My eyelids kept drooping no matter how I scolded myself. My head would tilt forward, chin nearly touching my chest, and then some small noise, a crack in the coal, a gust rattling the back door would jerk me back upright. The tea in my cup had gone cold a long time ago. I took a sip, anyway, grimaced at the bitter chill, and put the cup down too hard, making the liquid shiver. The rest of the house was utterly still. Upstairs, our bedroom waited the bedclothes cold and untouched. In the front room, the lamp I'd left burning low cast a faint watery glow that barely reached the edges of the rug. Outside, the fog pressed against the glass, flattening the world beyond into a pale, featureless smear. I remember thinking faintly and without much conviction that perhaps I should lie down for an hour. Just one. I could keep my clothes on my boots beside the bed, ready to run downstairs the moment I heard his key in the lock. Sam would scold me for sitting up like this. He'd say I'd make myself sick. The thought of him opening the door to find me in bed while he was out there somewhere walking, waiting delayed, made my stomach twist. I stayed put. I must have dozed anyway, not properly asleep, not deep, but that thin, brittle, drifting, where thoughts stop making sense. One moment, I was staring at the way the lamplight clung to the edge of the kettle. The next, I was sitting up straighter, with a weight in my chest, like I'd been dropped from a height. Something had pulled me back. At first, I thought it was just another of those half sounds the house makes at night. A settling board, a shifting pipe. Then I realized my name was still hanging in the air, as if someone had just spoken it. Bess. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. The voice had come from the front of the house outside, not in the lane, but closer. Right by the little iron gate, or the path, or the porch step. It carried through the walls as easily as smoke slipping in under the door, and along the floor and up into my bones. It was Sam. Not a memory of him, not some echo in my head. His voice, the particular way he rounded my name, the familiar tired warmth in it. He sounded weary. Yes, of course he did, after such a long day. But there was a note of relief, almost amusement, there too, as if he'd finally arrived and realized how worried I'd been. Bess. This time, louder, clearer right outside. The relief that hit me was so strong, it made me dizzy. It washed through me in a hot wave, knocking aside all the cold, creeping thoughts I'd been nursing for hours. My chair scraped back as I stood so fast it tipped rattling against the floor. I didn't bother to set it upright. My heart was pounding, but now it was from joy, not dread. He was here. He was here, and I'd scold him for being late. And then I'd feed him, and we'd both laugh at how silly I'd been. I snatched up the candle from the table, the one I'd left burning low beside the lamp, more out of habit than necessity, and hurried through the narrow hall toward the front door. My skirt caught against the corner of the table, and I nearly stumbled. I righted myself with my free hand, my pulse drumming in my ears. As I passed the clock in the front room, I saw the hands. They were pointing at almost exactly 3. 10 minutes either side, I couldn't have said. The pendulum swung indifferent to my panic, to my joy, to the way the world felt like it was about to snap back into place. Outside the front door, the small strip of porch creaked as if someone shifted their weight. Coming, I called absurdly, as if he might worry I'd changed my mind and gone to bed. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, too bright, too sharp after all that waiting. I reached the door and fumbled with the latch, the metal cool and familiar under my fingers. The wood was cold too. The chill had seeped through from outside, settling into it. The candle flame fluttered madly in the draft that pooled around the threshold, threatening to go out. "Sam," I said, with my mouth right by the keyhole. "I'm here." There was a pause that stretched just a fraction too long. Then, clear as a bell from no more than a few feet away, Bess. Just my name, nothing else. Soft, almost fond, but close. So close I could imagine his breath fogging in the night air. Imagine the shape of his shoulders hunched against the cold. I turned the latch and pulled. The door opened onto a rush of cold that slapped the warmth from my cheeks. It came in like a living thing, the fog and the winter air, and the faint, sour tang of coal smoke pouring over the threshold. The candle in my hand convulsed its flame, stretching thin, then shrinking to a desperate blue lick clinging to the wick. For a second, I thought it would die completely. I cupped my free hand around it, shielding it instinctively. The porch floorboards were right there, a step beyond the sill, and on them, filling the space just outside the door, only inches away from my toes, stood a figure. He was tall, Sam's height, wrapped in a long, dark cloak that fell in heavy folds toward the porch boards, its hem lost in the murky air. The fabric hung still, despite the wind that tugged at the loose hair around my face and worried at the edge of my shawl. The outline of his shoulders under it was solid, familiar, the way my husband's jacket was always a touch too broad across the back. On his head, tilted at the same slight angle Sam always wore. It was a black silk hat. For a moment, that was all my mind could latch onto. The hat. That particular shape, that slight curve to the brim, the faint line where the band creased against the crown. I knew it as well as I knew my own hands. I'd thumbed mud off it, brushed coal dust from it, hung it on its peg by the door 1,000 times. It was the same hat he'd put on that morning, whistling as he leaned down to kiss me and said he'd be home by 10. The rest of him. I strained to see his face, but the shadow from the hat's brim and the way the porch light, such as it was, a weak spill from our front room, and the blurred glow of the nearest street lamp caught the fog, made it impossible to make out any features. It was as if the darkness had pooled there where his face should have been, swallowing nose and mouth and eyes. For half a heartbeat, none of that mattered. I felt it, a recognition that went deeper than sight. The way you know someone by the way they stand, the way the air seems to shift around them, the way some part of you relaxes or tightens. There was a smell that rushed in with the cold, a hint of tobacco and salt and the wool of his coat that my mind seized on greedily. Sam. I breathed the word, fogging in the cold between us. The figure did not move. He didn't speak. He didn't step forward or raise a hand. He just stood there, a dark silhouette wrapped in black hat, gleaming faintly in the candlelight, so close I could have reached out and touched the fold of his cloak if my arm had been just a little longer. I waited for him to smile, to laugh and say I nearly missed it. Bess, or you've been up all night, haven't you? The kind of thing he always said when he knew he'd worried me. Instead, the only sounds were the restless whisper of fog sliding along the eaves, the faint creak of the pub sign, 2 streets over, swinging on its chain, and the thin, shrill note of the wind pouring down from the hills and finding every crack in the world to sing through. Behind me, the clock in the front room ticked on unbothered. The candle flame clawed at the air, struggling to stay alive. My eyes stung, either from the cold or from how long I'd been trying not to blink. A gust came down the street, rushed straight at the open doorway, and through it, and my eyes filled with tears. For 1 second, my vision blurred. I shut my eyes against the sting, just long enough to squeeze the tears away. When I opened them again, the porch was empty. No slow fading, no step backward, no polite turn away. One moment, the space outside my door was occupied by a tall, solid shape in a familiar hat, close enough that I could feel the cold coming off him, like he'd been standing out in the fog for hours. The next, there was only fog, and the dark line of the porch rail, and the empty boards stretching away toward the gate. The candle flame, freed of the immediate threat of being snuffed out by whatever cold had been pressing at it, jumped back up suddenly taller. The light reached farther, painting the porch boards, the front step, the patch of path beyond in weak, wavering yellow. There was no one there. For a long second, my mind refused to accept what my eyes were telling me. My body leaned forward as if to follow a movement that wasn't happening. I listened for retreating footsteps, the creak of the gate, the crunch of gravel, anything. Nothing. Sam. I said harsher now, the word tearing a little as it came out. Sam, where are you? The fog swirled thick and pale, eddying on the breath of wind that curled around my ankles and up under my nightdress. The boards under my bare feet were bitterly cold, the chill biting straight into my bones. My toes ached. Sam! I called again, louder this time, stepping out fully onto the porch. The door swung a little wider behind me, the warm air from inside spilling out in a faint, futile attempt to push back the night. This isn't funny. My voice sounded too loud on our quiet street. It bounced off the front of the houses opposite and came back thinner, as if someone else were calling from far away. No lights flared on in the neighbors' windows. No curtains twitched. Blackwood slept on the town, curled into itself oblivious. I went down the 2 steps to the small front path the candle held high. The flame flared, then steadied. It illuminated a narrow strip of the world, the wet glisten of the paving stones, the low wall, the iron gate hanging slightly crooked on its hinge. Beyond that, the street was a tunnel of fog and darkness, the nearest gas lamp, a floating halo ghosted by the mist. If someone had been standing in front of my door moments ago, if they'd walked away, hurried or slow, drunk or cold, or both, there should have been some trace. A shadow slipping past the lamp, the fading sound of boots on stone. There was nothing. No footsteps, no silhouette, no familiar shape in a dark coat and a black silk hat turning the corner. I pushed the gate open with my shoulder, its hinges giving a small, surprised squeal, and stepped out into the street. The damp climbed up my ankles, the hem of my dress growing heavy and cold. I turned left, then right, the candle sending a small pool of light shivering along the wet cobbles in each direction. Sam. The name tore out of me now, each time a little more ragged, echoing along the row of houses and dying against their brick faces. I walked a short distance one way, then the other heart-pounding breath, steaming in front of me. My bare feet slipped once on a patch of slick stone, and I had to grab onto the wall to catch myself. There were marks on the pavement, always there, always overlapping the faint dents of cartwheels. The irregular prints of boots from earlier in the evening, blurred and softened by fog and damp. If there were any fresh ones, any pattern of steps that might have belonged to a man who just walked up to my door and vanished, I couldn't pick them out. It all looked the same, wet stone, dark and shining, reflecting the candlelight back at me in 1,000 tiny quivering points. The cold finally bit hard enough to cut through my panic. My toes felt numb. My fingers clutching the candle throbbed. My nightdress clung to my legs, heavy with mist. I backed slowly toward the house, turning in a circle as I went searching the fog one last time for a hat, a coat, a familiar shape. There was nothing but the night. I stood on the porch, with my hand on the doorframe chest, heaving the candle's flame finally starting to gutter from how hard my hand was shaking. Somewhere far off, down by the tracks, a train whistle blew a thin, mournful sound that rose and fell and was swallowed by the fog. I had no way of knowing then that it was blowing for my husband. All I knew was that I had heard him call my name clear and close in the dead of night, and that when I opened the door, something wearing his hat had been standing on my porch, close enough to touch, and then it was gone. I don't remember deciding to move. One moment, I was standing on the porch, fingers numb, around the candle, staring into fog that gave nothing back. The next, my legs were carrying me down, off the step again, as if some part of me refused to accept that emptiness as an answer. "Sam!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Sam, where are you?" The street just took the sound and softened it. It went up to the low clouds and along the neat line of houses and came back to me in a thin, broken echo. No answering call, no laugh, no footsteps squelching closer through the damp saying, "All right, Bess. All right, I'm here." I walked farther this time. The candle flame bobbed and shivered with each step, painting the stone walls and doors with jerking light. Windows stayed dark. Curtains stayed still. If anyone heard me, they chose to keep their faces turned toward their pillows, their feet tucked safely under blankets, You don't open your door at 3 in the morning in Blackwood unless the danger is already inside. At the corner, the street dropped away toward the valley, swallowed by fog. I stopped their breath, coming in white puffs, my nightdress clinging coldly to my legs. Somewhere below, I could hear the faint murmur of the river, thick and slow. Farther still, past the curve of the hill, a train called out. The whistle floated up through the mist, thin and distant but clear. It was the same sound I'd heard 1,000 times, and yet it struck me differently now, slicing cleanly through whatever hope I'd been clinging to. Trains meant schedules. Schedules meant times. Times meant that if my husband had not walked through our door by now, he was not simply on the next one. I stood there listening until the sound faded, and the only things left were the tickle of damp on my face and the slow thud of my own heartbeat in my ears. There was nothing more I could do in the street, in my bare feet and thin shawl. No station to march into, no constable to drag from his bed. Whatever had happened between Newport and Blackwood had happened far away and hours ago. I turned back toward the house. Our front door looked smaller than I remembered, a thin sliver of wood and paint and stained glass holding back the fog. The light from inside spilled out onto the porch in a ragged triangle, catching the edges of my shadow as I stepped toward it. For half a second, I hesitated, glancing at the spot where the figure had stood, a patch of boards, no different to any other wet with mist empty. I reached out and pressed my fingers to the wood anyway, just to prove to myself there was nothing there. The boards were slick and cold, and that was all. Inside the house wrapped itself around me with that particular familiarity that should have been comforting and wasn't. I shut the door and shot the bolt, the metal sliding home with a solid, satisfying clunk that suddenly felt like something other than protection. A barrier between me and whatever had called my name. Or between me and the truth. The candle had burned low. I set it back on the small table in the hall and turned up the lamp in the front room. Instead, its light filling the corners in a way the candle never could. It didn't help much. Some dark things don't bother with corners. I paced for a while back and forth across the front room rug, the fringe dragging against my toes. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, its hands moving with that infuriating calm that only clocks seem to have when your life has gone sideways. Tick, tick, tick. In the kitchen, the other clock said the same thing. I went back there because it was impossible to sit still in a room that was supposed to be for company. The kitchen was where I understood myself. Kettle stove, table, the same worn spots on the floorboards under my feet. I filled the kettle again and set it on the hob, not because I wanted tea, but because I needed the sound. The hiss and low roar of the gas, the soft rattle as the water shifted, the rising, impatient whistle, these were things I could control. As I waited, I strained to hear anything from outside that might explain what I'd seen or what I'd thought I'd seen. A dog barked once, somewhere up the hill, then again farther off, as if answering its own echo. A shutter banged faintly down on the lower street, and then was still. Somewhere leaves or paper scudded along the cobbles with a dry whispering sound when the wind picked up, like someone dragging their fingertips along the road. No boots on stone, no voice. I made tea I didn't want and forgot to drink it. I sat at the table with my knees drawn up, shawl wrapped tight around my shoulders, watching the lamplight tremble on the metal rim of the kettle. The mind is a tricky, treacherous thing when it's been awake too long. At first, I tried to explain it all away in careful, sensible steps. I was tired. I'd been worrying for hours. I had dozed in my chair without meaning to. I could have dreamed his voice dragged it up from memory with the desperate aching part of me that wanted him home. Maybe I told myself there'd been no sound at all, just the groan of a pipe or the wind catching the eaves in a way that reminded me of him calling. Maybe I'd heard my name inside my own head and mistaken it for the real thing. As for the figure at the door, fog plays tricks. Shadows become people. A coat hung in the wrong place. A branch moving the shape of your own reflection caught off guard in a dark window. Any of these can make you jump, can make your heart misfire. Maybe there had been no man in a cloak at all, just mist and fear and the memory of his hat. That was the story I tried to tell myself. I laid it out carefully, like sewing pieces of cloth together, trying to make something sturdy enough to wrap around myself. The problem was, it didn't fit. I hadn't just heard a voice. I had recognized the way he said my name. The small rise at the end, the way it almost always carried some shade of apology, or amusement, or affection. And I hadn't just seen a hat. I had known that hat. The exact angle of it, the way the brim curved the faint darker band, where the sweat from his forehead had stained it over the years. I could have picked it out from 100 blindfolded. More than that, there had been a feeling, a little uncoiling inside my chest when I opened the door and found that tall, dark outline there. A sense of familiarity that went deeper than sight or sound. You don't invent that out of whole cloth at 3 a.m. just because you're tired. I hugged my knees tighter and pressed my forehead against them, the wood of the chair hard under my spine. The lamp hummed faintly, its flame shrinking and swelling as the gas flow shifted. Shadows on the wall pulsed with it, breathing in time with my own ragged breaths. Maybe there are people in the world who can shrug off something like that. Who can say, in the small hours I must have imagined it, and then go upstairs, lie down, and drift into a dreamless sleep. I am not one of them. Every sound in the house became a question. A creak from the floorboards above, just the wood settling, or someone moving. The faint hollow thump in the chimney, all coal slumping and reshaping itself, or a hand pressed once against the flue. The sigh of wind under the back door. The weather, or someone standing just beyond the threshold breathing with the rhythm of my own fear. Once I was sure I heard his step, the particular weight and cadence of it on the path outside. I froze, every muscle locked, listening so hard my ears hurt. Then a scrap of paper skittered along the lane, and I realized it was only that whispering scrape against the wall, magnified by hope. Twice I stood up thinking I'd heard my name again. The first time, it was only the kettle cooling on the hob, its metal contracting with soft ticking sounds. The second, it was the clock in the front room, chiming the half hour the notes distorted by distance and my frayed nerves into something that almost sounded like a voice. I didn't go to the door again. That was the strangest part looking back. For all my wanting him home, for all my listening for his key, something in me had learned in those few seconds between opening the door and finding the porch empty that whatever came next would not be solved by looking out into the dark. So I stayed inside my little pool of lamplight and let the night crawl over the house. The hours between 3 and 6 can feel like years if you're awake for all of them. The clock's hands moved with a stubborn slowness, but they did move. 3:30, 4, 4:30. Outside, the fog pressed itself closer to the glass as if it too wanted to see what would happen. the sounds of the town stayed muted, the world beyond reduced to the occasional crack of a branch in the wind, or the very distant rumble of something heavy being shifted down by the tracks. At some point, the coal in the grate sank, and the fire gave up with a soft sigh. The chill reached in from the walls and the floor until my fingers felt too stiff to uncurl. Still, I couldn't bring myself to add more coal to make noise to admit that this was in fact just another night that needed tending. It didn't feel like just another night. When the sky finally began to change, it did so slowly, reluctantly. The black outside the kitchen window lightened by degrees, turning first to a dull charcoal, then to a sickly gray-blue smear. The fog shifted from invisible to visible, thick streaks of it drifting past the glass. Birds began to stir in the hedges along the lane, their first tentative chirps sounding oddly foreign after all those hours of man-made silence. Somewhere, a rooster crowed hoarse and late. The clock on the wall chimed 5, each note thin and tired. Then 6. I was still at the table, arms wrapped around myself, when the first real light of morning found its way into the kitchen, washing out the lamplight and revealing the tired woman hunched there in a way I'd never seen myself before. I watched a beam of pale daylight creep across the floorboards, inching toward my bare toes, and thought that I had never in all my life wished so hard for something and feared it in equal measure. I didn't know then what exactly had happened down by the river or near the bridge. I didn't know how long he'd lain there, or who would find him, or what words the constable would use when he came up the path. All I knew was this: I had heard my husband call my name from outside our door at 3 a.m, clear and close. I had opened that door and seen something standing on our porch in his hat and in his shape, and I had watched it vanish like breath in cold air. As the town around me began to wake, as the first real noises of the day crept in, doors opening, boots on stone, voices calling to one another, I realized I didn't know which thought frightened me more: that I had seen a ghost, or that, if it truly had been Sam, it meant he had stood on that threshold, on the edge between our little life and whatever comes after, only long enough to say goodbye. Morning didn't arrive so much as seep in like water under a door. At some point, after 6, after the clocks had chimed, and the first gray light had started to press through the fog, my body finally did what my mind refused to. It gave out. I didn't go upstairs. I didn't even stretch out on the sofa. I just let my head slide down onto my folded arms at the kitchen table cheek, pressed against the cool, worn wood, the faint smell of tea and ash in my nose. I don't know how long I drifted like that. It wasn't sleep, the way we talk about sleep, not the soft falling into darkness. It was more like my thoughts frayed at the edges, and then tangled into fragments. Sam's name, the empty porch, the shape of that black hat suspended in the doorway like a moon. Every time I surfaced, my neck ached, and my legs had gone pins and needles from sitting so long. The house sounded different now. Daytime sounds edged cautiously in the clatter of a cart somewhere up the street. Voices of children already out in the lane. The distant clank and hiss of something heavy being moved down near the tracks. Life in Blackwood was starting its Sunday, indifferent to mine. At some point, I forced myself upright. The lamp had gone out on its own, the last of the gas eaten away. Gray daylight filled the kitchen, flattening everything, making the chipped blue cups and the scuffed floorboards and the cold, dead grate look older than they had the day before. I moved through the motions of a morning like someone play acting. I put a bit of coal on the fire and coaxed the flames back to life. I I straightened the front room, smoothing the cushions on the stiff chairs, adjusting the curtain so it hung just right. I washed my face in cold water at the basin, pinching my cheeks until they showed some color. It all felt irrelevant, like tidying up one room on a sinking ship. Every few minutes, my eyes would drift to the window, to the pale smear of fog thinning into low, heavy clouds, listening for the rhythm of Sam's stride on the path. He'll come in laughing, I told myself. He'll have some foolish story about missed trains and delays and sleeping on a bench somewhere. He'll say he called my name from the gate, and I didn't hear him, that I must have been dreaming. He'll hang his hat on the peg, kiss my forehead, and ask why my eyes are so red. All those words felt solid in my head. They were easier to hold on to than the memory of opening the door in the dark and seeing a man in his hat standing there without a face. Time did strange things. The clock in the kitchen insisted it was moving forward in its steady tick-tock way, but to me, the morning stretched and folded back on itself. 1 minute, the hands pointed to 8. The next, it seemed they'd barely crept to 9, though I could swear I'd lived a lifetime in between. By late morning, a dull headache had settled behind my eyes. I boiled the kettle and made another cup of tea, and this time forced myself to drink it even as it turned lukewarm in my hands. The warmth didn't seem to reach my fingers. The church bell rang for the 11 o'clock service, its sound rolling over the rooftops and down into our little kitchen. On any other Sunday, I'd have been halfway down the lane by then shawl, pulled tight recipe scraps still in my pockets, ready to nod to neighbors and whisper about who'd come in late. That morning, I couldn't imagine being anywhere but here, within earshot of the front door. The thought of leaving the house, of going to stand in a pew and sing as if my world hadn't gone crooked, made my throat close. The bell fell silent. The house fell quiet with it. At some point, after that, the light outside changed again. The grayness shifted towards something thinner, brighter, as if the sun were trying to punch through the cloud and not quite managing it. The sounds from the street voices, cartwheels, someone laughing down by the corner, rose and fell around the edges of the house without really touching it. I was standing at the sink, staring at my own hands, red-knuckled raw, from too much washing and gripping and clenching when the knock came. It was a firm knock, not the sheepish little tap of a child sent to borrow sugar, not the hesitant rap of a neighbor with some small errand. 3 solid blows evenly spaced the sound, reverberating down the narrow hallway and into the soles of my feet. For half a second, my heart leapt. It didn't matter that it was too loud, too formal. For that one breath, I heard only what I wanted to hear: someone at the door. Someone who could be him. Sam, I whispered, stupid, with hope. I wiped my hands on my apron. In a motion more reflex than necessity, smoothed my hair back without thinking, and hurried down the hall. The floorboards felt oddly soft, as if I were wading through water. At the front door, I paused just long enough to notice that my fingers were shaking. I pressed my palm flat against the wood, feeling the faint vibration of voices outside more than one person. That detail should have told me something. It didn't. I opened the door. The fog had lifted enough by then that the street was visible, at least in pieces. Patches of cobblestone, the opposite houses, the crooked line of the wall. The air was cold, but not as brutally as it had been in the small hours. On the step stood a policeman. He wore his uniform dark coat, buttoned up to the throat-peaked cap, the metal of his badge catching the thin light. Behind him, just to his left, another man lingered on the path, older hat in his hands, shoulders hunched against the chill. I recognized him dimly as one of the railway men, someone I'd seen from a distance on the platform, but never really noticed. The way the constable's eyes met mine told me everything before he opened his mouth. I'd seen that look before on other doorsteps. Men coming to tell a wife or a mother that there had been an accident at the pit, that a roof had fallen in, that there had been an explosion underground. Respectful distance in their stance hats, held a little lower hands soft around the brim, as if they could cushion the blow with posture alone. It was the look of someone who wished more than anything to be anywhere else. Mrs. Hughes. He asked, though he knew very well who I was. My throat closed. My fingers dug into the door frame, the rough wood biting into my skin. For a heartbeat, I thought my knees might give way, that I might simply slide down the frame and pool at his feet. "Yes," I said. The word sounded far away, as if someone else had spoken it. He glanced over his shoulder once, as if checking that the street was still there, then back at me. The other man stared at his own hands, mouth pressed in a thin line. "I'm afraid I have some difficult news," the constable began. His voice was careful, each word placed down, as if he were crossing thin ice. "It concerns your husband, Samuel Hughes." Time did something strange then. The little noises of the street, the clop of a horse farther down, the murmur of two women talking at the corner, a door shutting somewhere faded until they were no more than a dull hum like sounds heard through thick glass. The gray light seemed to flatten the edges of the world, blurring slightly. All I could see with any clarity was the constable's mouth moving and the way his gloved hands tightened once around the brim of his hat. "He was found this morning," he said, "down near the river, at the foot of the bridge outside town. Found." The word lodged in my chest like a stone. It implied too much, that there had been some period of time before some distance between the moment of whatever had happened and the moment someone saw him lying there. "We believe he fell," the constable went on. "The path there can be treacherous in the dark. There's no sign of foul play. Fell." The image slammed into my head without mercy. The narrow, damp path by the bridge, the drop to the rocks below, the darkness pressing in around it. Sam tired his eyes, gritty from a long day, stepping just a little too far to one side. I heard myself make a sound. It might have been a word, or a gasp, or just air leaving my lungs too quickly. The constable took half a step forward, hand lifting as if to steady me, then stopped himself, letting it fall back to his side. "I'm very sorry, Mrs. Hughes," he said, and I could tell in some dim, detached way that he meant it. "We've taken him to the station for now. Doctor's been called. There'll be formalities, but we thought you should know as soon as..." His voice trailed off. There's only so much kindness you can pack into sentences like that before the words refuse to carry anymore. Behind him, the railway man shifted his weight, eyes still fixed on some point near his boots. His knuckles had gone white around the crushed brim of his hat. I realized I was gripping the door so hard my fingers hurt. The wood under my palms felt rough and distant, as if I were touching it through cloth. My breaths were coming short and sharp, like I'd been running, though I hadn't moved. The world around the constable continued on indifferent. A child laughed faintly somewhere behind the houses. A dog barked twice and then lay down again. The clouds overhead inched along, pretending to be just weather, as if the sky hadn't just fallen in on my little street. "He's dead," I said. I don't know if I was asking or stating it. The constable's mouth tightened. "I'm afraid so," he replied softly. "Yes, ma'am?" The words hung in the doorway between us, heavy and final. Somewhere far down the valley, a train whistle blew a long, low note that rose and then fell, carrying up through the damp air. It sounded to me like an echo of his voice the night before, calling my name from the dark. For a moment, I couldn't reconcile the two things: my husband, tall and solid in his black silk hat, standing on our porch at 3 a.m, and my husband found at the foot of a bridge outside town. It was as if the constable had stepped into a play I'd been watching and started reading from the wrong script. Behind my eyes, the kitchen table swam in and out of focus. The cold wood under my arms, the lamplight on the kettle, the sound of his voice saying "Bess" from just beyond the door. "Mrs. Hughes," the constable said again. "May we come in? There's more we'll need to discuss, but it can wait. Would you like to sit?" I stepped back, mechanically opening the door wider to let them in the way you do when someone visits. My mouth said, "Yes, of course," because that's what it had been trained to say for years. My body moved aside. Inside, time felt like it had stopped. Outside, it marched on anyway. They sat me down at the kitchen table as if this were any ordinary visit. The constable took the chair Sam usually used, his bulk hunched forward hat resting on his knees. The railway man perched on the very edge of the other chair, hands still locked around the brim of his own cap, like he was afraid it might fly away. Someone, probably me, put the kettle on. I remember the hiss of gas, the thin scream of steam building, not because I wanted tea, but because the room needed some other sound, besides the constable's careful voice. He asked questions when I'd last seen Sam, what time he'd left, whether he'd mentioned staying overnight in Newport. The kind of questions that come in neat practice lines wearing the clothes of routine. My answers felt wrong in my mouth, like I was reciting someone else's day. At some point, the words he was saying blurred together. "Found at first light, likely slipped, dark and fog, path near the bridge." They washed up against me and slid away without really soaking in. I looked past his shoulder at the window over the sink where the fog had thinned enough that I could see a slice of gray sky. The clock on the wall ticked steady as a heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. It was that sound that pulled my mind into a sharp, narrow place, because all at once something inside me stepped past the shock and the politeness and the practiced questions and grabbed hold of the one thing that mattered. I didn't think about it. I didn't weigh whether it would sound strange. The words just came out. "What time?" I asked. Both men looked up. The constable's brows drew together. "Ma'am, what time did he die?" I clarified. My voice sounded louder than I meant too clear in the small kitchen. "You said he was found at first light. But when do you think it happened?" He glanced at the railway man, then back at me. It wasn't the kind of question they expected a wife to ask so soon, I suppose. They were used to tears, fainting denials, not logistics. "We can't say for certain, Mrs. Hughes." He began sliding back into that careful, measured tone. "Not until the doctors had a proper look. But based on what we know..." He shifted in the chair, Sam's chair, and consulted some invisible ledger in his head. "The goods train from Newport came through around 1:30, he said slowly. "No sign of him then, according to the driver. The next man to pass that way, a fellow walking in from the next village, says he saw the shape of a body down by the rocks when he crossed the bridge a little after 3. Didn't go down in the dark sensibly. Came straight on to the station to report it. He took a breath, watching my face, gauging how much to give. The clock ticked on behind him, each small sound a tap on my spine. So, he finished quietly. We estimate he likely fell sometime around 3 in the morning. May have been a little either side, but about then, 3 in the morning. The words landed in my chest with a dull, heavy weight. In my head, the kitchen dissolved for a moment. The thin winter light, the worn grain of the table, the neat line of cups on the shelf, all of it slid to the edges of my vision. In their place came the image of the clock in the front room, hands pointing straight up at 12 and 3, the pendulum swinging the house full of dark. The sound of my name spoken softly from outside the door. Bess. I felt my fingers tighten around the edge of the table. Around 3, I repeated just to hear it aloud. Yes, ma'am, he said. That'd be our best guess at present. The kettle began to whistle, shrill and insistent. No one moved to take it off the hob. The sound rose and rose until it was almost unbearable, a thin, piercing note that seemed to cut straight through my skin. 3 in the morning, the constable said. 3 in the morning, my husband's boots had slipped on wet stone, or his foot had found empty air instead of path. 3 in the morning, he had fallen through fog and dark and the cold rush of air to the rocks below. 3 in the morning, he had called my name from our gate. The two realities sat side by side in my head, refusing to merge. For a moment I thought I might be sick. I stood abruptly, the chair legs scraping back, and crossed the room to the stove, more to move than because the kettle needed me. I pulled it off the heat, with fingers that didn't quite feel like my own. The whistle died down to a pathetic wheeze, and then silence. Underneath it, the tick of the clock grew loud again. Tick, tick, tick. I didn't pour the tea. I just held the kettle over the sink until the steam fogged the window and stung my eyes. Behind me, I heard the railway man clear his throat, a small, dry sound. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, voice roughened by years of shouting over engines. If it helps to know, he must have gone quick. Weren't signs he lay there long suffering. I nodded because it seemed expected, though the idea of my husband's last moments being quick did very little to comfort me. Quick or slow, they had happened alone in the dark, with the river below, and the wind above, and no one's hand in his. I set the kettle down hard enough that it clanged. "Can I ask you something else?" I said, suddenly not turning around. "Of course," the constable replied. "Anything we can." Was he wearing his hat? The question hung in the steamy air, absurd and deadly serious all at once. There was a pause. I could feel their confusion without seeing their faces. I turned, then leaning back against the cold sink fingers, gripping the edge behind me. "My husband," I said, hearing the tremor in my own voice. When they found him, was he wearing his black silk hat?" The constable opened his mouth, then seemed to think better of whatever polite deflection he'd been about to offer. He looked again to the railway man, who shifted uneasily, eyes darting between us. "No, ma'am," the railway man said finally. He wasn't wearing no hat at all. Coat, aye. Scarf, but no hat. Not when we fetched him up. None on the ground. Nearby, I pressed. "In the water?" He shook his head once. "We looked around," he said. "You'd be surprised what the river keeps, but we checked all the same. No hat then. No hat since." Silence stretched between us, taut as wire. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked as the house adjusted to the weak winter sun. Or maybe it was just the sound of my own heartbeat finally catching up with everything. I thought of the peg by the door empty when I'd gone to bed the night before. I thought of that same doorway. Hours later, the door flung open, cold pouring in, and a dark figure standing on the porch in a long coat and a black silk hat tilted just so. The hat had been as real to me as my own hands. I could have reached out and knocked it from his head. I had smelled the damp wool, the tobacco, the faint salt that always clung to his clothes after a day's work. If he'd fallen near 3, if his body had lain by the bridge with no hat on his head and no hat in the mud nearby. Where exactly had that familiar black brim been at 3 in the morning, hanging in the air just inches from my face? The constable shifted in his seat, uncomfortable with the silence he couldn't read. "Is there some concern about his belongings, Mrs. Hughes?" he asked. "We'll see that what he had is returned to you." I almost laughed. The sound that came out was too thin to be anything but broken. "No," I said quietly. It's nothing you can write down." I became aware of the clock again, chiming the quarter hour with a bright, inappropriate cheerfulness. Each note fell into the room like a small hammer blow, driving the truth deeper. There was a gap now in the world where my husband had been, and something had stepped into it just long enough to come home. As the last chime faded, my mind filled in what the constable's neat phrases and the railway man's rough additions hadn't. I saw Sam in my thoughts coat, buttoned against the cold hat pulled down low, walking along the path toward the bridge. The fog thick around him, softening the edges of the world. The rails somewhere behind, humming faintly with the memory of passing trains. I heard the slap of his boots on wet stone, the hollow echo of his steps under the arch of the bridge. The wind there would have been different, more focused, funneled between the stone and the drop, carrying up the sound of the river rushing over rocks below. Maybe he was humming to himself the way he sometimes did when he was nearly home. Maybe he was thinking about the kettle on our stove, the chair by our fire, the way I always pretended to scold him for being late and never really meant it. One misstep. A slick patch mossed over a loose piece of stone. The sudden sickening moment when your foot finds nothing but air. The lurch of your stomach, the flailing grab for a rail that isn't there. The wind tearing at your coat as the world tilts the wrong way. The rush of the river rising up. The slam of impact. 3 a.m. Down here in my kitchen, at that exact moment, I had been sitting rigid in a chair listening for a train whistle, too worried to even blink. And at our door, in the first breath, after whatever had happened at the bridge, something wearing his shape and his hat had called my name. People talk about funerals as if they are the hard part. They're not. Funerals keep you busy. There are clothes to press neighbors, to greet casseroles to accept with shaking hands. There are hymns to sing, even when your voice cracks prayers to mumble while you stare at the grain of the pew in front of you so you don't have to look at the coffin. There are the mechanics of it all, the slow walk behind the hearse, the wet earth under your shoes, the neatly folded handkerchief someone presses into your palm. It's after that things get strange. Sam's funeral was as kind as such a thing can be. The church was full. Men from the railway stood beside men from the pits, all their work clothes cleaned up as best they could be. Mrs. Evans squeezed my hand so hard I thought she might leave bruises. The vicar spoke about Sam's steady nature, his honesty in trade and dedication to his wife, little phrases that floated past me like bits of paper in a current. I remember the sound of the soil hitting the coffin lid, dull thuds that seemed to go on forever. I remember the way the cold crept up through the soles of my boots, up my legs, up my spine. Mostly, though, I remember coming home. The house felt as if it had been holding its breath while I was gone. The air inside was still faintly scented with the flowers some neighbor had left in a jug on the table. My black gloves looked unnatural against the familiar doorknob as I turned it. People didn't linger after. There were offers, of course. "Come stay with us for a bit, Bess. You shouldn't be alone tonight." Kind words, sincere ones. I heard myself decline them politely. "I'll be all right. I just need to be home. Home." They left in twos and threes, the murmur of their voices retreating down the lane. Doors shut. Curtains were drawn. The town folded itself back into its usual Sunday routine, only with one man less in it. Inside, the ticking of the clock sounded suddenly too loud. For a long time, I just stood in the front room, still in my coat hat, pins digging into my scalp, feeling the shape of the house around me, the way sound carried, the way the light from the window fell across the rug, the way the peg by the door looked very, very bare. In the days between his death and the funeral, I'd done the things you do. You don't realize how many things there are until you start. His clothes needed sorting, not because anyone told me to, but because the sight of his jacket hanging in its usual place every time I turned around felt like being punched in the chest. So one gray morning, I took them down piece by piece, the heavy work coat still faintly smelling of salt and tobacco, the Sunday suit he'd worn on our wedding day, the shirts with their worn collars and sleeves that always needed turning. I folded them carefully, smoothing out creases with hands that occasionally halted mid-movement, caught by a memory stitched into the fabric. The way his shoulder filled this sleeve, the way he'd shrugged into that jacket with a sigh on cold mornings. I put some things in the chest at the foot of our bed, where I could open it if I needed to, and breathe in the ghost of his scent. Others the vicar's wife said could go to families who needed them more now. I nodded, though handing over the bundle felt like giving away parts of a language only we spoke. His boots sat by the back door for longer. I couldn't bring myself to move them. They stayed their toes pointed toward the lane, as if he might step back into them at any moment. There were papers to sort receipts from Newport Notes in his looping, slightly crooked hand, a photograph in a cheap frame of the two of us on our wedding day. I dusted it, straightened it on the mantel, then moved it twice before putting it back in its original spot, as if that could put time back where it had been. Through it all, there was an absence that tugged at me like a loose thread. It took me a while to notice it properly. Grief is heavy. It bends your thoughts inward, makes you miss things that would otherwise stand out. But one afternoon, days after the funeral, I stood in the hallway, staring at the peg by the door, and felt something like irritation prickle under the sadness. Where is it? The black silk hat. It was such a small detail compared to everything else. A hat. But it had been part of him in a way few other objects were. He almost never went out without it. In the years we'd been married, I could count on one hand the times I'd seen his bare head outside the house. On the Saturday morning before he died, he'd picked it up from that very peg, settled it on his hair at that familiar angle, and winked at me as he left. I knew that as surely as I knew my own name. It hadn't been on his head when they found him. The railway man had said so. It hadn't been near the body. They'd searched, and it wasn't on the peg. I went looking for it at first, casually then, with growing insistence. Maybe I'd moved it in a fog. Maybe some kind soul had taken it along with his coat. and I'd simply forgotten. I checked the cupboard by the stairs where we kept scarves and gloves. I checked under the bed and the chest behind the door. I went through the little wardrobe, even though a silk hat has no business there. I climbed onto a chair and ran my fingers along the top of the tall cupboard where dust and forgotten things live. Nothing. No familiar curve of brim under my fingertips. No worn band. No hat box I'd overlooked. It was as if the thing had stepped out of our life entirely. Except it hadn't, because I had seen it. The memory of that night, the open door, the cold pouring in the tall figure on the porch with the dark cloak and the hat tilted just so rose up sharp and clear as broken glass. It hadn't faded with time. If anything, it had sharpened. Details I might have missed in the moment had settled in since the way the brim had shone faintly in the candlelight, the exact place on the porch boards where its weight had seemed to rest. The constable had told me there was no hat by the bridge. My hands searching through every corner of this house had told me there was no hat here. So where I wondered, had that black silk hat existed at 3 a.m, if not on the head of whatever had stood at my door? The day after the funeral, the town's routine resumed itself with a kind of guilty eagerness. Men went back to work. Children squabbled in the lane. The trains came and went, indifferent to who was aboard and who was not. Our house, though, had changed. It was quieter in a way that went beyond the obvious. It wasn't just that Sam's boots no longer thumped on the path, or that his cough didn't sound in the mornings. The silence felt layered, like the pause between heartbeats when something in the body misfires. That first night, alone after the funeral supper, I lit the lamp in the front room, and then didn't quite know what to do with myself. There were no shirts left to mend, no lunches to pack, no boots to set by the stove. I ended up in the same chair where I'd spent that awful night waiting, hands folded in my lap, listening. Outside, the town wound down early, as if it too were tired. Voices faded. The last cart rattled by. The gas lamps on the street cast pale circles of light on the damp cobbles. Inside, the clock ticked. Tick, tick, tick. I tried to read. The words crawled on the page, refusing to mean anything. I gave up and let the book rest open on my lap, its print a meaningless pattern. It was sometime near 10, I think, when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination filling in the quiet. A small, dull thud somewhere at the front of the house. Then another. A measured pause. Another. Footsteps. Not on the path outside, where boot soles scrape and echo against stone. Not in the hall, where you can hear the faint, hollow underlay of boards and joists. These were closer. Different. They sounded on wood. The front porch. The boards there had their own particular voice. I knew it well from years of listening to Sam come and go. The way one plank near the middle gave a slightly lower creak, the way the step nearest the door groaned if you put your weight on its left side instead of the right. Now those same notes played themselves out one by one. A step at the edge where the boards are still sound. Another onto the lumber that gives a little. The distinct, familiar groan of the board directly in front of the door, taking the weight of a man. Then silence. The hairs on my arms rose. My fingers curled hard into the fabric of my dress. No knock came. The door latch stayed still. The gas in the lamp hissed softly. I didn't move. Every part of me strained toward that thin sheet of wood and glass that separated my lamp-lit little room from the fog-choked porch. I knew exactly where those unseen feet had stopped, precisely where the figure had stood that night, hat brim in shadow inches from the threshold. For a heartbeat, I thought I might stand up, walk to the door, put my hand on it, turn the latch, open it again and see what waited. I didn't. Grief can make you reckless. It can also teach you the cost of certain kinds of knowledge. Whatever had come to my door at 3 a.m. once had done so, unbidden. If he came again, I wasn't sure I wanted to see what kind of face would turn toward the light. So I sat every muscle taut and listened. The porch boards stayed silent. No retreating steps. No second approach. It was as if something had walked up to the door, stood in its old familiar place, and then dissolved. Eventually, the fire in the grate sank. The lamp burned lower, and the chill reached in far enough that I had to move or start shaking. I stood legs stiff and went to turn down the gas. As I passed the hallway, I couldn't help glancing toward the front door. The wood looked ordinary, the paint a little chipped near the bottom, where boots had scuffed it over the years. The peg beside it was still empty. I put my hand flat against the door just once. The wood was cold. My palm left a faint, temporary print of warmth. "I know you came home," I whispered, not sure whether I meant the first night or this one. Maybe both. People like to say the dead are at rest, as if it's as simple as lying down after a long day. As if there are only 2 states here and gone. But I keep thinking about that hat. Not under the bridge. Not among his things. Not on any peg or shelf or in any cupboard I own. Only on the head of a figure that stood on my porch at 3 a.m, at the very moment my husband's body was cooling on the rocks below a bridge outside town. I don't know where Sam went after he slipped in the dark and the river took him. I don't pretend to understand what comes next for any of us. What I do know is this: for at least one flicker of time, a heartbeat, a breath, some part of him found its way back up through the fog, along the tracks up our lane, and stood just outside our door to call my name. And if he could do that, if an ordinary man who spent his life counting sacks of salt and listening to trains could cross whatever lies between the riverbank and our little porch just long enough to say goodbye, then I have to wonder who else has done something similar in all the stories we shrug off as superstition, the figures people swear they saw at the end of their beds, the voices in empty rooms, the loved ones standing in doorways at impossible hours wearing clothes they never took off but somehow never put on again. We call them legends, anecdotes, old wives' tales. I'm not so sure anymore. I don't know where Sam went after he fell from that bridge. But I know this much: for one moment, whatever was left of him found its way home. And if he managed that, then you have to ask yourself, how many other souls have done the same in all the stories we're so quick to dismiss as just a ghost tale? If you're listening to this, odds are you already know me as the guy who reads other people's nightmares for a living. That sounds dramatic, but it's not far from the truth. I run a horror channel on YouTube. People send me their stories, late-night emails, long Google Docs, blurry photos attached for proof. Most of them start the same way. I don't know if you'll believe this, but after a few years, you realize there are only so many ways a night can go wrong. You also realize most people don't care if you believe them. They just don't want to be the only one who knows. The night this started, my apartment looked as ordinary as every other night I've spent sifting through other people's fear. I live on the 3rd floor of a pretty generic building just off a freeway somewhere in the States. If you've ever walked down a carpeted hallway that smells faintly like microwave dinners and cleaning products, you've probably been in a place like mine. Beige walls, beige doors, beige lives, stacked in rectangles. Inside my unit, the lights were low. The only real glow came from the desk lamp to my left and the two monitors in front of me. One screen was filled with my email inbox. The other held my editing software frozen on a frame from the last video, someone's grainy photo of a dark staircase. The fridge hummed steadily from the tiny kitchen behind me, cycling a little louder every few minutes. The AC had that constant background drone you stop hearing until it shuts off, and you suddenly realize how loud it was. Every so often, a car or truck passed on the freeway, outside a soft roar that rose and faded like distant surf. It was late. Not witching hour late yet, but late enough that the building had quieted. The upstairs neighbor had turned off his TV. The heavy-footed guy at the end of the hall had stopped clomping back and forth. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked through a wall and was shushed. On my desk, my phone lay face down, pulsing with the occasional notification. Mostly comments, a few new subscribers, the usual. Next to it, a cheap USB mic waited for me to stop reading and start talking. I should have been recording. Instead, I was scrolling through my inbox, looking for something that felt like it might be more than just a campfire story someone had polished up for views. You learn to skim. Certain phrases jump out. This happened in 1982, and I've never told anyone is one. We found out what was buried under the house is another. The ones that start with my friend's cousin said, usually get a polite pass. That night, 3 subject lines caught my eye, stacked almost on top of each other, like they'd agreed to arrive as a set. Something on my farm wouldn't let me forget. The last night in Anton's castle, my husband came home without his body. 3 different senders, 3 different email addresses, one from an older man in Ohio, one from someone whose name looked Eastern European, written in careful, slightly broken English, and one from a woman in Wales, whose opening line apologized for her spelling before she even got into the story. I clicked the farm one first. The email wasn't short. He'd attached a document, actually said his grandson had helped him type it up because his hands weren't great anymore. The body of the email just said, I heard one of your videos about a haunted well. I thought you might want to know about mine. I can't promise this will make a good episode. I just want it somewhere besides my head. I opened the document. It started in rural Ohio in the 1920s. A young man named Carl, a cheap farm, an old well at the edge of the property. I read about the humidity that clung to him on those first summer nights, about the barn smell, hay manure, the warm breathing weight of horses in their stalls. I could almost hear the lantern handle clinking against the metal frame as he walked his nightly rounds. And then the figure. The way Carl wrote it, you could feel the moment his fresh start shifted into something else. A white shape out by the well, never close enough to see clearly, always there around the same time, 9:30 p.m. His description was simple, unpolished, no poetic flourishes, no obvious attempts at drama. I told myself it was some kid from town playing a stupid joke he'd written. But kids don't vanish into a well every night at the exact same time. I found myself leaning closer to the screen fingers, hovering over the trackpad as if I could scroll backward into his memory. I made some notes in my episode outline: cheap farm, rushed sale, white figure by well same time every night, animals refuse water, body in well. Watch stopped at 9:35 p.m. 9:35 p.m. I underlined it without really knowing why. Times matter in these stories. People cling to them. They're anchors. 2:13 a.m. I remember because I moved on to the second email. This one wasn't actually from the person in the story. It was written by a grandson, or maybe a great-grandson, translating and retelling his grandfather's account of a winter in 1933, a castle in southern Poland, a young nobleman named Anton, a group of friends, and too much alcohol. I could hear the crackle of the fire in the stone hearth the way he described it, the gramophone in the corner, wheezing out some old record, the warm golden light from wall sconces painting the men's faces, while outside the wind dragged snow along the ramparts. Thick old walls, high ceilings, the kind of place built more for defense than comfort. He told the monk story the way people always tell ghost stories, in groups, half bragging, half hoping someone will call them on it. A hooded figure, a cursed bedroom, a rumor that anyone who slept there would be strangled by a rope you'd never find later. I glanced up at the ceiling of my own apartment, where the only thing above me was the upstairs guy's bad taste in footwear. Somewhere inside the walls, the radiator clicked as it kicked on, sending a faint metallic knock through the room. I read about Anton taking the dare, swaying a little as he joked his way down the long stone hallway, his friends trailing behind him with their candles held high. I could almost hear their voices bounce and blur in the cold air, the key scraping in the lock, the door shutting, the bolt turning from the inside. Several hours later, the scream. The email didn't waste words on it, but the description got under my skin anyway. A high, ragged sound that didn't sound like a drunken prank or a bad dream. The kind of scream that empties a person out. By the time I got to the part where they broke the door open and found Anton on the bed with a thin, red mark around his neck and no rope, no cord, nothing that could have left it, I'd forgotten about the hum of my fridge and the faint, constant whoosh of traffic outside. My notes grew another line. Castle hooded monktail. Room locked from the inside. Mark around neck, no rope. The dare to sleep in haunted room under that. Without thinking, I added, threshold between in and out. Door locked. The third email was from Bess. Her writing was a little shakier than the others, but not because she didn't know what she wanted to say. If anything, it felt like the words had been waiting a long time for a place to land. She started with a confession. I've kept this to myself for years, because I didn't want the neighbors to think I'd lost my mind. But now, most of them are dead, and you tell people to send you their strange stories. So here is mine. Blackwood, Wales, 1907. A small house with the tracks running close enough that her life moved to the rhythm of trains, the way mine moves to the rhythm of uploads and notifications. The smell of coal smoke and damp through thin walls. A husband who worked as a salt merchant taking the train to Newport and back, promising he'd always make the last train home. I read about her sitting up in that cramped kitchen with its ticking clock and its stubborn little kettle, listening for each distant whistle and telling herself not to panic. The way the town around her went to sleep while her worry stayed awake. By then, the building around me had gone quiet too. Even the upstairs neighbor had finally surrendered. The only sounds were the AC's low mechanical breathing, the fridge, and the occasional soft hiss from the radiator. When Bess wrote about hearing her name called from outside the house, I felt the tiny hairs on my arms stand up. Not a vague impression of sound, not a hazy memory. She was precise, her name spoken, the way only her husband said it from just outside the front door. The clock reading around 3 in the morning when she checked it later. 3:00 a.m. I glanced at the bottom corner of my screen. My own digital clock read 1:47 a.m. The numbers glowed soft and blue. I told myself that was not even close to 3. Bess described opening the door and seeing a figure on the porch inches away. A long, dark coat, a black silk hat her husband always wore. The shape was his, the smell was his. But the face was wrong in a way she couldn't quite see and couldn't ever forget. And then she blinked, and it was gone. When I reached the part where the policeman told her they estimated Sam had fallen from the bridge around 3 in the morning, a weird hollow feeling opened up under my ribs. 3 stories, different countries, different decades. A farm in Ohio where a watch stopped forever at 9:35 p.m. by a well that didn't want to give up its dead. A castle in Poland where a door locked from the inside didn't stop something from tightening an invisible rope. A little house in Wales where a dead man's hat came home without his body at around 3:00 a.m. Time and thresholds. I sat back from the monitors, rubbing my eyes. The room looked different when I focused on it again. Smaller, somehow, like the walls had leaned in while I was reading. The fan in my computer case whirred quietly. Outside, a siren wailed briefly, and then faded into the distance. My own front door stood about 10 feet from where I sat, a plain white slab with a peephole and 3 locks I'd installed more for peace of mind than necessity. My doorbell camera, a cheap model I'd bought on sale because a sponsor wanted integration footage, blinked a faint ring of blue around the button, the outer edge of its lens reflecting a tiny warped version of my apartment. On my screen, 3 documents sat open like 3 windows into other people's nights. Carl's well, Anton's locked room, Bess's porch. 3 places where the boundary between in and out, alive and gone, hadn't quite held. You'd think after years of doing this that I'd be numb to patterns like that I'd see them as narrative structure instead of something to flinch at. But there was something about the way these 3 lined up that made the hairs at the back of my neck stay up a little longer than usual. I told myself it was because they'd make a good episode. 3 true stories, with a shared theme times and doorways, and how ghosts, if that's what they were, seem obsessed with both. I didn't know then that by deciding to put them together, to collect them, package them, and send them back out into the world, as one long narrative, I was building something more than just a playlist. I didn't know that some patterns don't like being noticed, or that some doors don't stay closed forever, no matter how many locks you slide into place. Once you've been doing this long enough, you start to see patterns whether you want to or not. That's the job in a way. You're the one who has to look at 3 completely separate emails and figure out how to make them feel like a single episode instead of a random pile of bad nights. At least that's what I told myself. After I'd read all 3 stories, I opened a fresh document, a scratch pad I use for outlines, and typed the title I thought I might use for the video. 3 true horror stories about what won't stay buried. Corny maybe, but it gave me something to hang ideas on. Under that, I started listing the details that stuck. Henry first. Carl's file was still open on the left-hand monitor. I scrolled back to the part where the sheriff hauled the skeleton out of the well and found the watch. It was a small detail in his story, almost an afterthought, but for me, it was the pivot. Everything turned on. The sheriff said he had a watch on Carl had written. The glass was cracked, and it had stopped at exactly 9:35 p.m. That's the time I kept seeing that white shape for a whole year standing by my well. 9:35. Every night. I wrote, Henry's watch stops at 9:35 p.m. White figure appears every night at 9:30, 9:35, always toward the well. That alone would have been enough to build a creepy little segment around. Time of death. Time of haunting. The idea that whatever part of Henry was left had been replaying those last few minutes, pacing back and forth by the well, trying to point a living person toward the place his body was rotting. But then there was Anton. In his grandson's email, the timestamps were fuzzier, no neat watch detail, just the rhythm of a long drunken night. They'd started cards after dinner. By the time they'd bullied Anton into agreeing to the dare, the gramophone record had run out with that steady little click, click, click at the end. Someone had said it must be past midnight. Hours later, the scream that tore them all out of their beds. A locked door. A dead man on the bed. A red groove around his neck, as if a thin rope had bitten in and no rope anywhere. I typed, "Legends say monk strangles you in your sleep in that room. Anton dies in locked room. Mark on neck, no rope found. Time not exact, but deep night after everyone asleep." Not as precise as Henry's 9:35, but the same feeling, a moment in the dark when whatever normally separates us from the worst possibilities just doesn't quite hold. And then there was Sam. Bess had given me more numbers than she realized. The last train whistle she'd heard around 1. The church bell ringing 11 the next morning. The constable standing in her kitchen, telling her they estimated he'd fallen from the bridge around 3 in the morning, based on when the last train passed and when the body was seen. And Bess alone in that little kitchen, staring at the clock when she heard her husband call her name and opened the door to see his hat on the head of something that wasn't quite him. I wrote, Sam estimated to have died around 3:00 a.m. Bess hears him call her name and sees him at the door at 3 a.m. Hat never recovered, at bridge never found in house. Only appears on figure time. Thresholds. Henry's ghost, if that's what it was, standing at the edge of a well at the exact minute his watch froze forever. A monk, or whatever the monk story stood in, for waiting until everyone had locked the door from the inside and settled into bed to tighten a rope you'd never find. A dead man's hat showing up on a porch while his body cooled by a river, right at the moment the coroner would later circle on his paperwork. I sat there for a second, fingers resting on the keys, listening to the apartment. The fridge hummed in its usual steady way, cycling into a slightly deeper tone and then back again. The AC pushed air through the vents with a soft whoosh that tugged at the edges of the sticky note I'd slapped on the monitor earlier. Somewhere down the hall, an elevator dinged. Muffled footsteps passed my door and kept going. Completely normal sounds. I told myself that out loud, completely normal sounds. If you've never sat alone at 2 a.m., editing footage of empty hallways and grainy doorways for strangers on the internet, trust me, you develop a habit of narrating reality back to yourself just to keep it anchored. I went back to the outline. Under the 3-story beats, I started a new section. My own life, any weird times, any doors moments. I wasn't planning to put that in the video. No one clicks on a title about 3 old ghost stories, hoping to hear about the creator's near misses on I-95. But it's one of my tricks for building a script that feels connected if I can tie someone else's nightmare to some tiny grain of something in my own life. I can tell it better. The first thing that came to mind was something I almost never think about. About 3 years ago, before the channel was my full-time gig, I was driving home from a late shift at my old job. Different apartment, different life. It was one of those drizzly nights where the rain doesn't decide whether it wants to fall properly or just hang in the air, making everything slick. The freeway was mostly empty, just me, and a few taillights in the distance. I remember glancing at the dashboard clock as I took my exit. 9:35 p.m. Exactly. I remember that number because 15 seconds later, I nearly died. A pickup blew a red light at the bottom of the ramp. If I hadn't hesitated, if I hadn't been the kind of overly cautious driver friends make fun of, I would have been in the middle of the intersection when he plowed through. As it was, my brakes squealed, his horn blasted, and I watched 2 tons of steel blur past my hood, close enough for me to see the driver's face twist in a swear I couldn't hear. The cop who took my statement in the rain joked that I must have a guardian angel. I joked back about buying a lottery ticket and wrote 2135 on a damp scrap of paper when he asked me for the time. I hadn't thought about that in years. Now watching 9:35 p.m. stare back at me from Carl's story, it floated up from wherever it had been buried and just stayed. I told myself that was just how the brain works. You see a number enough times, and it hooks into every other memory that wears the same digits. That was all. Still, I found myself glancing at the little green display on my microwave when I got up to refill my water. The kitchen was only a few steps from my desk. I walked the 5 paces, the cheap carpet muffling my footsteps. The fridge hummed louder as its compressor kicked in. I turned the faucet on, listening to the thin patter of water against the glass. When I set the glass down and looked up, the microwave clock clicked over with a soft plastic tick. 9:35. For a second, I just stared at it. It wasn't like I thought the appliances were conspiring with the stories in my inbox. I'm not that far gone. But there was something about the way the numbers changed, right as I looked, that made the back of my neck prickle. Coincidence, I said, because saying it aloud made it sound more plausible. You've been reading about 9:35 for an hour. Of course you're going to notice it. I took a sip of water and went back to the desk. The apartment had gotten quieter in the last half hour. The upstairs neighbor had finally stopped pacing. The freeway sounds had thinned out to the occasional rush of a late-night truck. The radiator made one clicking sound, like a knuckle popping, and then settled. On the screen, I clicked into Bess's story, again scrolling back to the part where she described hearing her husband's voice at 3 a.m. I wanted to quote it exactly in the script. The clock said around 3 she'd written. I know because I stared at it so hard the hands blurred. I heard him say my name from the front of the house, not in my head. Outside at the door. You don't mistake your husband's voice when you've had it in your ear for 10 years. I copied that line into my notes, cleaned it up slightly for narration, and underlined 3 a.m. I don't know why I looked at my own clock then. Habit, I guess. The same way she had. 2:53 a.m. Not 3 yet. Not even close, I told myself. Then immediately corrected myself. 7 minutes is close when you've just spent an hour marinating in stories about very specific times. Right on cue, my phone buzzed. I flipped it over, expecting another notification comment email, some algorithm telling me my audience is most active right now. Instead, it was a push from my doorbell camera app, front door. Motion detected 2:54 a.m. I stared at the screen. That wasn't unusual exactly. The building's motion lights were finicky. Sometimes a bug flying too close would trip the sensor and send me a blurry nothing burger clip of an empty hallway lit for 3 seconds. Most of the time, I ignored those alerts in the middle of the night. I almost ignored this one too. My thumb hovered over the clear all button. Then I thought about Bess, hearing her name outside her door, and about the half-drunk guy in my building who had once tried the wrong apartment at 3 in the morning, rattling my handle until I yelled through the door. People made mistakes at weird hours. I opened the alert. The thumbnail was a dark, grainy still of my hallway, beige walls, the red exit sign at the end, the cheap carpet with its unidentifiable pattern, no obvious shape and frame. I hit play. For 5 seconds, nothing moved. The motion sensor light above my door flicked on, flooding the hall with harsh white light. The camera adjusted. No one there. The little timestamp in the corner read 2:54:03 a.m. The video ended. I replayed it twice, then set the phone down face down on the desk without clearing the alert. My reflection looked back at me from the black screen, tired eyes, headphones around my neck, the faint glow of my monitors behind me. My outline document waited, the cursor blinking at the end of a sentence. Some people die and stay where they fall. Others seem obsessed with coming back to a specific door at a specific time. From the hallway, faint through the walls, I heard a sound. At first, I thought it was just one of the usual building noises, water running through pipes in the unit next door, someone dropping something soft onto carpet, the elevator doors sighing open somewhere below. But then I realized it had shape to it, rhythm, the soft rise and fall of voices. Someone was talking out there. I took off my headphones so I could hear better. The sudden absence of my own playlist in my ears made the silence in the apartment feel heavier. The fridge hummed. The clock on my monitor clicked from 2:58 to 2:59. Out in the hall, the voices were low, like people trying not to wake up whoever was on the other side of the doors. A murmur, a phrase I couldn't quite catch, then clear enough to make my pulse jump. A name. It might have been Mike. It might have been Matt. It might have been my own name, muffled by distance and cheap drywall. I sat there, spine rigid, listening so hard my ears rang, waiting for the words to repeat, to resolve into something I could dismiss. They didn't. The hall went quiet again. On my screen, the clock rolled over to 3:00 a.m. 3 in the morning. In Bess's kitchen, 100 years ago, her husband's voice at the door. 3 in the morning in my hallway, emotion alert, and a name spoken too softly to be sure of. I told myself that apartment buildings are noisy, that sensors glitch, that not every coincidence means something. But when I went back to the outline and typed the next line, my fingers hesitated for the first time that night. If you're hearing my voice right now, it means you did something very simple and very important. You hit play. You let this video start. You let these 3 stories walk into your room. That sounds dramatic, I know. You're probably just on your phone or your laptop or your TV. Maybe you clicked this while you were scrolling in bed. Maybe you've got me playing on a second monitor while you do something else. Maybe you're in your car, parked in a dark lot, engine ticking as it cools down. Wherever you are, I want you to notice something for a second. What time is it? Actually look. Check the corner of your screen, or the clock on the wall, or the digits glowing on your microwave, or your stove, or the dashboard. Say the time in your head. Fix it there. Now look around the space you're in. Do you have a hallway outside your door? Like I do, a narrow stretch of carpet between you and an elevator or a stairwell or a fire exit with a glowing red sign? Do you have a porch, a little squared off rectangle of wood or concrete between your front door and the street? A stairwell that goes down into a garage or up to a rooftop? A back door you hardly ever use? A basement door you keep shut because the air down there always feels a degree colder than it should? Maybe there's a sealed door in your place A storage closet you never opened when you moved in because it was jammed and you never needed the space. A hatch up to an attic. A hatch down to a crawl space. We like to pretend those thresholds are just practical. They keep weather out noise out strangers out. But for the last hour or so, you've listened to 3 people talk about the exact places where in here and out there got confused. A farm in Ohio, where something stood at the edge of a field every night at 9:35 p.m. and waited by a well. A castle in Poland, where a locked bedroom door didn't stop something from tightening a rope no one ever found. A little house in Wales, where at 3:00 a.m., a dead man's hat came home without the body it was supposed to sit on. Those stories came to me one by one, in emails and documents and scanned pages. I read them alone in a small American apartment with a humming fridge and a cheap AC unit and a doorbell camera watching the hallway. And then something changed. The first time I was recording Carl's story. I had the script pulled up on one monitor, my recording software on the other. The room was dim, except for the screens and the little ring of light on the mic. The hallway outside my door was empty, I knew, because I'd checked the feed before I hit record. I got to the part about the watch. The well. The sheriff pulling the skeleton up from the mud and slipping the cracked timepiece off its bony wrist. And the hands had stopped, I read, at exactly 9:35 p.m. Right then behind me, my microwave gave a tiny plastic tick as its clock rolled over. When I finished the take, I got up to stretch and pour another glass of water. As I walked past, I checked the display out of habit. 9:35. That could have been nothing. A coincidence. A number in a story lining up with a number on my stove. It wouldn't have bothered me if my phone hadn't buzzed at the same moment with a familiar notification front door. Motion detected 9:35 p.m. I almost didn't look. The building's sensors throw false positives all the time. Spiders dust the AC kicking on and making the camera adjust. But my hand moved on its own thumb, tapping the alert. The clip was the same angle you've seen 100 times in similar videos down the hallway. My door on the right, the exit sign at the far end, the ceiling fixture with its flickering fluorescent hum. The motion light outside my place came on, washing everything in harsh white glare. For a second, the hall was empty. Then, from the left edge of the frame, something pale slid into view. It wasn't clear enough to say person. The cheap camera smeared it, turned it into a white blur, too tall to be the neighbor's little kid, too smooth to be just a patch of lens flare. It moved slower than a person walking, more like something drifting, as if someone had hung a sheet on a clothesline and pushed it gently. It reached the stretch of carpet directly in front of my door and stopped. Not like it hit a wall, just stopped, hovered there, its edges bleeding into the static as the camera struggled to decide if it was seeing anything at all. The timestamp in the corner read 21:35:12. Then the hallway light buzzed, once dimmed, and in that flicker between bright and dark, the pale shape vanished. The clip ended. I told myself it was a glitch. Pixels. Compression. Some kid 2 floors down vaping in the wrong spot and getting picked up all wrong by the cheap lens. But when I scrubbed back and forth through the clip frame by frame, the blur always paused in the same place, right in front of my door. I went back to recording. That's what you do. You shrug it off. You make a mental note to complain to the landlord about the motion sensor, and you get on with your night. Later, when I was reading Bess's story, I looked up at my clock again. 2:59 a.m. By the time I got to the part where the constable stepped into her kitchen and told her they thought her husband had fallen from the bridge around 3:00 a.m. My throat felt dry. I swallowed, kept my voice steady, and finished the paragraph. As I hit stop on the recording, the doorbell camera app dinged again. Front door. Motion detected 3:00 a.m. This time, I didn't hesitate. The new clip showed the same hallway, same beige walls, same humming light. At first, it was empty. Then down at the far end near the stairwell, something dark stepped just far enough into frame to be seen. Tall, wrapped in what looked at that distance, in resolution like a long coat or cloak. On its head, a shape that could have been the square block of hair or a hat. A wide brim, throwing its upper half into shadow. It didn't walk. Not exactly. It took one, maybe two slow steps, then turned its head, or what the camera thought was its head, toward my door. Even through the grain and the distortion, I had the uncomfortable sensation of being looked at. The timestamp in the corner read 02, 59, 57, 58, 59. The light in the hallway flickered. At 03:01, the figure wasn't there anymore. I saved both clips. I sat back in my chair. I listened to the fridge, the AC, the distant, occasional wail of a siren on the freeway. I listened to my own heartbeat in my ears. And then I did the only thing that made any kind of sense to the part of my brain that has built a life out of telling strangers about other people's bad nights. I finished the video. I edited Carl and Anton and Bess into one straight line. I laid my voice over their words. I cut out my stumbles, my muttered curses, the tiny sounds of me checking my phone when an alert chimed at exactly the wrong moment. When I was done, I rendered the file, watched the progress bar crawl from 0% to 100%, and uploaded it. That's what you're hearing now. The stories left my hard drive, climbed onto a server somewhere, got sliced into data, and shot through cables and routers and towers until they landed on the device you're holding or the screen you're staring at. You opened a door when you clicked this. You invited 3 dead men. And whatever patterns kept them walking past their own endings into your space. By now, you might be more aware of your own room than you were when we started. You can probably hear your fridge humming. If you listen, you might notice the faint grind of the compressor kicking in. You might hear your air conditioning, or your radiator ticking as it cools, or the vents breathing softly over your head. You might hear footsteps in your own hallway, or someone above you crossing their floor. Maybe a neighbor closing a door. Maybe an elevator dinging. You heard those sounds yesterday too. You'll hear them tomorrow. The only difference tonight is that you noticed. That's the part that scares me now. I used to think haunted places were about death clinging to a spot. Bloodstains nobody can scrub out, cold rooms, restless bones. Now, I'm starting to think it's the other way around. Maybe the farm, and the castle, and the bridge, and the porch in Blackwood, and the hallway outside my 3rd floor apartment. They're just markers, mileposts, points on a map. Maybe what really moves, what drifts from one threshold to the next, from one time on the clock to another, isn't a spirit in the old storybook sense at all. Maybe it's attention. Carl noticed the shape by his well. Anton laughed at the story and let himself be dared into the monk's room. Bess stared at the clock and listened so hard for her husband that when he came back without his body, she still heard him. I noticed the times and the doors and the way my hallway camera glitched. And now you've noticed. You've followed that line from a farm to a castle to a bridge, to an apartment hallway, all the way into your own room. You're thinking about your front door now, whether you want to or not. You're thinking about your porch, your stairwell, the dark space on the other side of whatever you've decided is safely closed. You might even be listening for your own name, wondering what it would sound like, whispered from just beyond the threshold. I used to think haunted places were full because death got stuck there. Now I'm starting to think those places are just coordinates, fixed points, something else uses to find us over and over each time someone like you or me sits up too late and pays a little too much attention. It moved from a farm to a castle to a bridge to the hallway outside my door. And now, through this story, it knows where you are. You noticed. It knows that too. So when this video ends and the screen goes dark and you're sitting in the new silence you've made, if you hear someone call your name from the other side of the door, don't answer. This story cycle plays with ghosts, but at its core, it is really about attention responsibility and the way ordinary spaces become charged by what we choose to notice. On the surface, we follow a farmhand's restless spirit at 9:35 p.m., a hooded monk in a sealed castle room, and a husband who comes home without his body. Underneath, though the real collector is not a monster, it is human awareness itself. Each character begins in a place that feels safe and familiar. Carl steps onto his cheap Ohio farm, believing it is simply a new beginning. Anton treats his castle like a playground, confident that money friends and alcohol protect him from old stories. Bess moves through her tiny house in Blackwood, trusting the schedule of trains and the rhythm of her marriage. Nothing about their lives screams horror at first glance. That is what makes their terror feel possible for us. The turning point always arrives in a quiet, almost forgettable moment. A shape near the well, a creak above the sitting room, a voice at the front door. They could ignore it. In fact, they try to. Carl explains it away. Anton laughs it off. Bess tells herself she must be imagining things. But once they truly look, once they give that moment their full attention, the pattern locks in. Time repeats. Places become marked. Security becomes ritual. The modern narrator, the YouTuber, mirrors us as the audience. He believes he is just collecting stories for entertainment, yet by noticing the shared pattern of times and thresholds, he accidentally invites it into his own hallway. In the end, he turns the mirror toward the listener and asks a subtle but powerful question. If fear can travel through a story into your room, what else can? There is a strange kind of optimism hidden inside this cold ending. If our attention has the power to wake up dark patterns, it also has the power to break them. We cannot control the past, or prevent every accident, or erase the mysteries that cling to certain places. But we can choose how we respond with curiosity instead of denial with respect, instead of arrogance with compassion for the people who carry these memories. On a more everyday level, the story nudges us to rethink how we live with uncertainty. Most of us will never see a white figure by a well, or a man in a black hat at 3 a.m. But we all stand on invisible thresholds, starting a new job, caring for a sick parent, moving to a new city, saying yes or no to a relationship. Fear often whispers at those doors. This narrative suggests that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to keep moving while staying honest about what scares us. So as you finish this story, you might gently ask yourself, what are the doors in my life that I walk past without thinking? What patterns of fear or avoidance have I been feeding just by paying attention to them? And just as important, what small, ordinary moments of safety, love, and connection could become powerful if I chose to notice them with the same intensity. If you feel like sharing, where were you and what time was it when you realized this story had quietly stepped into your own space?